Hello, everybody!
Hello.
I am only just a little bit excited because we are back!
Woo!
Nerds! Geeks! Pop culture enthusiasts! We have returned! Welcome to Beyond the Realms, episode 11! We are officially in the double digits, people. So good to see all of you in chat and to get back to our wacky, fun fantasy story here. Hope everyone had an amazing holiday break. Welcome to 2021. This is the official kickoff to the new year, the new season. So stoked to be back, you guys. I think we all could agree that it was good to take a little bit of a break. But I think after that last Monday kind of came and went, we were like, okay, can we get back now? Like we were all
I miss my people now.
we were all so eager just to jump back into to this world and to hang out with the community that we all love so very much. Yeah, can't tell you enough how much I missed all of you, all the players, all of the people I see in chat every week. So happy to be back. Okay. So, not gonna let this drag on for much longer because I am eager to slay some motherfuckers. But
Wow.
to start off, as a kind of as a way to kind of kick off the 2021 season in a much more badass way, we are of course going to be doing our weekly giveaways that we do during every live stream of Beyond the Realms. But we're going to up the ante a little bit. Usually we have a grouping of specific prizes we give away to those who are subscribers of the Dice Cream Twitch channel. So if you are not a subscriber, if there was ever a time for you to hit that subscribe button, it is today, because peeps,
Do it now.
we are going to be giving away a signature, very limited edition broadsword dice vault with our Dice Cream logo on it, courtesy of @GamePLA who's an amazing 3D print artist. They were the creators who I first got the design for the 3D printer that me and Jody Rose had made, and that viral TikTok that we made went everywhere. So we collaborated with him, and he was kind enough to actually make a whole set of awesome armaments for dice vaults with our logo on it. So we are giving away this bad boy to one of you tonight, to our subscribers. So hit that subscribe button, use your Prime free sub, whatever you got to do, and you'll have a chance to win this bad boy at our break screen. So with that out of the way, we've got a couple other cool things to touch on. Ben, do you want to take this one away?
Yes. Hi, everyone. So, as you all know, I love Tarek very much. He's one of my favorite characters I have ever made, if not my favorite character I have ever made. And what better way to celebrate that by getting a mini? So I finally got a Tarek mini. I've been working on it for so long. I wanted to get it absolutely perfect. I ordered it several weeks ago, and it finally showed up today, which is amazing timing. And I want to show it to you all. So, without further ado, if I do this, I will go slightly out of focus. That's fine. But there he is.
Oh,
Nice.
oh, it's so cool.
He looks just like the picture.
He's ready to stab
That's
someone.
You gotta do the makeup artist.
Yeah, you gotta do like a whole.
You gotta give him
The colors look really good. Like I'm very surprised by the coloration they're able to give on these goddamn
Hero Forge, right, Ben?
Yeah, Hero
Hero
Forge.
They do good.
Check him out.
They
I
do.
love him.
You do.
I love
Beautiful
him.
boy.
Do.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
I love
I
it.
can't wait for all of us to have our own minis painted, and maybe
I know.
one day, and hopefully in the not too distant future, there will be a coming together IRL
Hopefully.
game.
Oh, that would be so cool.
Hopefully.
Counting down. Ben, that was awesome. Thanks for sharing that, man. That looks so cool. Also, another thing just wanted to point out, if you didn't know, Dice Cream, the Beyond the Realms peeps, we got merch. Peeps, we got some merch to give you, to sell to you, if you want that, if that's your thing. The lovely Ramira Saf sporting the Bow to the King of Fear shirt,
Which is so cool.
which is out of this world. Obviously, the King of Fear, played by our good buddy Between Two Johns, Mr. Fiend. And this design was made by the artist name on Twitter.
Outer Eye.
Outer Eye artist on Twitter, so go check them out. But we got a ton of other designs. Also, King Smiley, thank you for getting your own
Thank you for
Bow
those
Down to the King of
subs.
Fear
Yes.
shirt. That was awesome to see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
guys.
donated 5 subs as well.
Yeah, you did.
Hey,
Smiley.
thank you so very
Everyone
much.
say thank you to God Smiley for those subs.
Thank you
Boom.
kindly.
Thank you so much, friend. Yeah, guys, we got our merch shop up and going. There's a little bit of delay during the Christmas break with the print shop that I used. There are some orders that are still being waited to ship out. I'm currently talking with them to see how we can make the process a bit faster. But yeah, guys, go check out the merch store. The link is in our bio and all my social channels. There's some great designs on there. We're going to be adding more as we continue. Also, one more thing, fan art. You guys, we simp over your guys' fan art
We do.
so hard. Whether it's stuff that the cast gets commissioned or stuff that you tag us in or submit to us, we want to start doing kind of a Critical Role-esque thing during our break screen where we are able to showcase all of the awesome artwork that has come to the channel and anything that you tagged us in, inspirations or whatever. So we want to kind of make this an official shout out to anyone out there who loves doing artwork, character art. Maybe you're an artist who's trying to get your name out there. Any art that you send us or tag us in, we will be putting on the show as a little break screen compilation. So just wanted to put that out there. And as a thank you to everyone out there who watches the show and any artist that we are able to support, we are all about that life. So
I desperately need art. There's no art of my
yeah, we need some tune art, ladies and gentlemen.
So what's
And
Tune?
genders of
I
all
know-
kinds.
Who needs some art?
I was gonna say you are quite a character. I don't know if art can encompass all of you.
The woolly mammoth needs pants, everybody. Currently pantless, walking around.
Draw
Yeah.
this in your style.
Draw this in your style.
All right. Well,
Woolly
if anyone's got no other things to talk about at the start, I think it's about time, everybody, we dive back on in to tonight's episode of Beyond the Realms. So, been waiting to
Like
say
that
these words for a little while. Last we left off, the party having awoken in the campsite with the Ghostwood clan, seemingly meeting Toon's current party of adventurers, having a place to kind of take the convoy of Wagon's community and kind of settle for a night without any worries about vampiric creatures or the elements kind of catching up with them. They chose to spend the night at Toon's camp. They met the Ghostwood clan, various members of these wandering adventurers coming through Icewind Dale. Spent the night there, and a few cool things happened. You got to meet this band of crazy misfits. Ramira had a tarot card reading from the Githyanki, and you got to hear a fun little shanty tune from the bard from the group that sang a dirty little limerick as you were all trying to sleep. And during the following morning, you were kind of trying to suss out what's the best course of action. You got to take this convoy to 10 towns. You were ambushed by this big group of vampiric creatures during your first night's travel, being led by this hulking gnoll vampire creature that you had encountered in those caves under Wagon's community not just a week before. Seemingly has escaped. Once he escaped that cavern system, just spread that vampiric disease around, and now it has its own little army of sorts kind of patrolling this area. Figuring out what's the best course of action to do, you decided to leave the Ghostwood clan campsite, let them take care of the convoy of the remaining villagers, and with Toon's help, set out forth into the night, found a battleground that was more suited to your needs, and faced this threat head on. You found that this area that had these very nice crystalline structures that were just coming out of the ground, made for a good place of battle, as your backs could be covered by these huge crystals coming out of the earth, and you wouldn't get surrounded as easily. And as you found the battle spot, kind of made yourselves known to these creatures where you were, and then at the corners of your eyes, beads of red started to shine out through the darkness. 4 groups of sets of these eyes shining at you, and the gnoll vampiric creature known as Teleki stepped forward, and then all of a sudden his body changed, shifted, the thick, coarse hairs of this gnoll hyena body went inward. Bones cracked. The structure of his body and face started to change. Skin becoming purple. Features becoming elegant, of like a high-born noble of sorts, wearing very elegant clothing. Face kind of resembling that of like a Lestat sort of figure with high cheekbones, big slick back hair into a ponytail. Seemingly questioning where he's been, what has happened to him, seemingly a little dissonant of sorts. Said to you, explaining who he was a gnoll vampiric creature who had been starved and had his gnoll pack had given him the sustenance to stay out for the winter. Ariel the Frostmane apparently noticed this and froze him in time, and there was mentioning of some sort of meeting some other creatures that experiment with him, and he's not even sure what to call himself at this point. This is all very strange and new, but as he looked you all in the eye, the battle took place, and that's where we had left off last session. So, with all of that out of the way, we pick up where we last left off, fighting this huge horde of vampiric creatures with Teleki standing by and his vampire knight, his second in command, seemingly his enforcer, heading up the rear, this deadly vampiric creature with dead skin, with like his eyes bulging, a Joker-like smile that's been kind of ripped up from ear to ear, wearing this thick paladin-like armor. Very, very strange, but the first wave of the Onslaught took over, and we got through one round of combat, so now we're starting round 2, right at the top of the initiative order with Toon. So Toon,
right.
my man, what would you like to do?
I'm still set up in a great position to cast the Cone of Cold that I've been waiting to cast for 2 weeks now.
The chat says we've been waiting a whole year for this battle.
Hey.
Yeah. It's that's factual. So, catching can I take a 5-foot step back without provoking an attack of opportunity?
They will all attack you if you move away from them.
Cool. All right. Then I will not be doing that. And I will just blast the Blood Elemental and that cluster of vampiric underlings with my Cone of Cold.
Okay.
All right. So they have to make a reflex save. I believe. You have the
They're all going to roll. All right, first roll of the game. Let's see. So what do we got here?
Oh, sorry, it's a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Okay, so the con saves for the vamp spawn. Let's see. What's the DC?
DC is 18.
Yeah, all the vampire spawn will fail.
Beautiful.
And the blood elemental. Bring it up. Blood elemental will also fail.
Nice.
All failures.
Okay, that is going to be 41 cold damage. As Toon stomps against the ground, and his sonorous, deep voice just bellows out, "North wind, my cold companion, whirl in your flurry, freeze that wretched flesh." And I'm gonna hopefully murder them again.
Oh, I've missed that. I've missed his voice. Oh.
I have
I
two.
will hopefully murder them.
Hopefully.
If that's
Very
okay with you.
noble. And then murder.
And then do a murder.
And then do a murder.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Going to okay. So you hear Toon with that big, booming, commanding voice once again stomping down this elemental ice and cold magic just comes from his person, blasting them point blank range like an ice shotgun right in their faces. The blood elemental, still kind of coagulated from the ice blast from the last attack, shatters right through him. Pieces of blood and shards of ice explode everywhere. The one directly in front of you also bites the dust.
Boy.
That laugh though.
And this one right in front of you here also took quite a bit of damage.
Like the count from Sesame Street. One dead.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Yes, Griffin, beautiful boy.
See, that's what you should have said.
Well, now he knows for future
Next time. Yeah, next time.
So yeah, the one in front of you, as you send that cone of cold out, the blood elemental just shatters into a bunch of pieces. This vampire spawn right in front of you, just his whole head just gets eviscerated and blown off the side. The one behind him also takes this huge hole as like dry ice just cracks into his sternum, hits the other two. That first one looks really bad, but once again, land on the ground. And they just start getting very slowly back up, but this one very, very badly injured. Anything else?
I might as well bonus action like healing word,
Okay.
just to recoup a tiny bit of my health, because I did take that necrotic burst and another hit, dropping me to 177 hit points last time we were running about. So I'll just sauce a quick healing word onto myself. Which,
All right. Healing word.
yeah. So that's going to be a 2 plus 5 for 7, bringing me up to 84.
Okay, bring up to 84 as Toon shouts that
Nice.
word. A cold blast comes out, starts muttering a deep incantation under his breath. The cuts and the slashes and the blast and necrotic damage, they're just like blood kind of trickling down the fur, just start to close up. Any wounds that are starting to trickle down the side start to go in reverse and go back into the opening wound, just start to burn and singe back closed. Good job there. All right.
Okay, and with that, I end my turn.
All right, turn ended. After that, we got the Vamp Knight and the group spawn. So our Vamp Knight right here, sussing out the situation. Let's see if he gets that back. Does not. And also with the, I guess no one's hit the Vamp Knight yet, so let's get there. Who's he closest to? Can't. He is going to make his way over to Feral.
No.
10 feet up, so he can climb it fairly easily.
Oh, joy! I hate that. I climb it fairly easily. What?
Fairly easily.
Fairly easily.
Yeah, so he starts climbing up the sides of the rock here with his clawed-like talons.
Don't like that.
Makes it to about here,
Ooh.
and he is going to make 2 swings at you with his long sword.
Oh, joy. Okay.
And he's going to be doing it with
Don't like that.
2 hands.
Oh.
So rolling to hit.
Okay.
You're gonna make 2 attacks against you.
Okay.
First one is 21.
Yeah, that
Oh.
hits Kevin.
Second one is 22.
Yes, that also hits Kevin.
Okay.
I know that's shocking and all.
So this is going to be 1d10
Okay.
plus 2d8 necrotic.
Oh,
Oh,
owie.
Both times.
awesome.
So with that first one, this is going to be yeah, 19 points of damage
Okay.
on that first one,
Okay.
and he is going to hit you and impale you with the sword. Sneaking up behind you as you are dealing with all the vampiric spawn, rushes over, climbs up on the 10-foot boulder, and the rest of you just see the sword impale Farrell from the back through the gut, and this vampire holding both hands starts lifting her up in the air. Gonna do another hit of damage here.
Oh, I hate that.
So you guys ever seen Dark Souls?
I hate that. Right? Well,
John's face.
I hate it.
Oh.
Why is it so strong?
Huh.
Someone hide the protein.
You fucking
This
do
is
pre-workout.
8 points of damage as he kind of cinches it in, sort of impales you, and then he pushes up further and lifts you up. You are considered grappled as you
Oh.
are impaled
Oh.
on the sword, and it's holding you up in the air.
Oh.
Neat.
Okay, great. So the spell I had was concentration. I rolled to break that, correct?
If you have a DC for that.
Yes,
I do.
you should do.
I do. Hold on.
Isn't the DC 10? Or is it different?
The
I'm trying
It's
to remember.
It's 10 or half of the damage taken if it's above 10.
okay.
Oh, okay.
So we'll try out the new dice and see if they like me. That is a 12.
Oh, they don't like you.
Oh no. That's Kevin.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, there we go.
Griffin
I'm
is the DM now.
It's me. I'm the DM.
It's
Well,
the
he
cameras
gives
are
you a
probably
hug
screwed
now
around for a second.
and
What was
apologize.
the spell, Farrell?
Yeah, you better apologize, Griffin.
What was the spell, Farrell?
It is the Call Lightning.
Call lightning. I'm just double checking on the.
It's a 6th level spell. I have it at 6th level.
Pharaoh, you make the roll every time you take damage, so not the total
Yeah.
damage accumulated, but like if you took like 10, 15, then 12, you'd roll
Right.
3 times.
Oh,
Easier to pass that way.
gotcha.
So you failed the concentration check on this first one.
How much?
Roll
How
a
much?
d12.
How much damage did you take on the first attack?
19.
So DC's 10.
DC is 10, so you passed. So you
Okay.
passed the first one, but you got to roll again.
But you got hit again. There's 2 attacks.
And you got hit
Yeah,
again for the second
okay.
time. How much damage was the second one?
8.
8. So DC is.
That's a 19.
10.
That's
There
a
you go.
19. So
So you
that's
keep it.
fine. My spell is still up, even
So
though I'm
the-
being impaled.
Nice. So the cloud struck the clouds above with the shards of lightning and thunder being strewn from it still are emanating above you, and you're able to hold on your concentration as this giant sword has just come through your sternum, and you're holding on to this huge long sword that's jagged and rough, and it's just lifting you up in the air.
Great. I
Okay.
just got this corset. I just got this corset.
That'll be its move, and
Oh.
then next up is the vampire spawn.
So according to the stream, I am now Ramira and Ben is feral. So technically,
Yes.
Ben is stabbed.
Does that mean you have? Does that mean you
No.
have my HP?
No.
I'm now tuned.
Oh my god.
Congratulations.
That's okay, because Griffin is still the DM.
I'm the DM.
Well, you clearly won this trade.
There's gonna be a
now.
dance party of some kind, possibly a gift exchange. I don't know. These vampires are about to get real friendly, though.
Might you say a white elephant?
No.
I like the
Oh,
half with, oh no. Alright.
my power.
Here
Alright.
around you two, and
Griffin,
they're all
you
going to
try
take a
to save
series
us.
of attacks on to you. So,
Wait, I'm still tuned.
Are you?
I've been banned to the Shadow Realm.
Griffin, Griffin, turn your camera on. Griffin.
Have
yeah.
first,
I
first
will.
episode back,
Let me just
and
get
we're
my
all
clothes
just
back
messing
on.
it up so hard. Technical
There are worse
difficulties everywhere.
There are
I'm
worse.
I
still
banished
messed up.
Tune. Is
I
to the-
banished too.
All right, we're
Sorry,
going
I'll
to
be back.
That's what I get for my tomfoolery.
You try to save us with your dance party, but it's fine.
All right, first attack to you, Tune. That is a 12.
That's right.
That's a miss.
Miss. Okay, it's going to hit again. We all get 2 attacks. The second one is 20. Unnatural.
Yeah, that will hit.
All right, so he is going to, instead of biting you, he's going to grapple you. So you are currently grappled by this first vampire. He's all getting up on you and just holds you around. Second one.
So I did get that hug I was looking for.
Okay, great.
Ouch.
Nice.
I got stabbed. So
You were penetrated.
It's just a spicy hug.
So the second, vampire is gonna try to claw you. It's a 10. Second one, 16.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That'll hit. So the second vamp bites you.
No.
no.
Ah.
It's rude.
So this is going to be 2d6.
Curious to see a
Necrotic
Luxion
damage.
vampire.
A Luxapire mammoth.
Yes.
Doesn't
that's
bite down on things.
4.
Force.
That is
Mammoth.
4 points of necrotic damage to
Yeah.
you, Tune. Your hit point maximum is also reduced by 4.
Oh.
And the vampire, any of the wounds that you'd made on this vampire, the big, huge frost-bitten
No.
circle starts to
Oh god damn it.
slowly close up as one kind of grapples you from behind, one bites you on the neck. The third vampire is also going to try and hit you.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
So this is going to be a bite. So this is going to be 24 to hit.
That's gonna do it.
So this one is also going to bite you on the other side of your neck.
No.
Guys, I have a lot of blood, don't worry.
It's going to be 9 points of necrotic damage. Your hit point maximum is now reduced by another 9. And this vamp over here, the one that was kind of not really hit the most from those barrage of attacks, but all the wounds on his arms and his sternum, everything from the barrage attacks, also start to slowly close up.
You could say
No.
they're so hungry they could eat an elephant.
No.
Where?
He's gonna make for a second attack. He's gonna make a claw attack on you as he's got you on the other side of the neck and sinks his elongated fingers into your side. That will miss.
Okay.
So currently you're grappled by this one, and then these two took the bites on either side of your neck.
So popular.
Next up on the initiative, we have Tarek.
Oh,
So Tarek, in very close to your vicinity, you see Toon, who just did this huge cone of cold, took out a few enemies, and then went to do healing word. And as he kind of took that breath to the incantation, the vampires quickly got up from that attack and just went all over him like ants on a discarded piece of candy. What would you like to do?
Okay. So I will. Yes. Okay.
And you
so-
also noticed Feral getting
Mhm. So
Plunged
yeah,
into
with
the air
all
with
of this
elbow
happening at once,
The answer is just bobbed.
instinctual reaction. He's going to take the hammer he's going to throw it at the first one closest to him for his first attack. So hitting this guy just here. This one closest to me.
You're gonna hit him with what attack again? Sorry.
I'm throwing the hammer at him, so I'm just so it'll just be a regular attack for me.
So trying to break the grapple.
That's a natural 20. Wow.
Hey!
What a great way to start. Okay. I have to remember how much damage this does now. Mjolnir, how much damage do you do, buddy? It's 1d12 and then 1d12. Cool. Right. Where's my d12? That is 5 bludgeoning damage. And then 9 lightning damage. I rolled upside down.
What was that altogether? Sorry.
So it's 5 and then 9. So 14.
14?
Yep.
You see all this happening. You see Toon getting overwhelmed with his vampire spawn. Smash that head right off of that vampire, releasing the grapple from Toon.
And then kind of seeing what's happening out of the corner of my eye as I'm calling the hammer back to my hand, seeing Farrell get impaled. No! And he's going to bonus action hex the knight. So I need to mark that spell slot off as used. Yep, there you go. Now, so I'll hex him, and then kind of as he's calling the hammer back to his hand, as it kind of lands in his hand, he's going to kind of give it that extra swing.
With that, Ben, throw the hammer, slides in the ground. You go to try to call it back. It doesn't come to you.
What?
It is on the ground in front of you.
Oh.
Right
Okay. Right. Okay.
So you just gotta walk over 10 feet and you can pick it back up.
Yeah, I'll move the 5 feet over here and then pick it up. And just be a little confused for a second as to why it didn't come back to my hand. But then I will that's how much movement do I have? Because I don't really want to eat it again if it's not going to come back to me. 20 feet. All right, I've moved 5. Yeah, I can do it. Fine. Yeah. I'm going to pick up the hammer and then I'm going to move 20 feet up to your boy over here.
Okay.
I believe that's maybe. It's actually 15, but that's fine. And then I'm going to.
So he is currently
Give him a whack
10
and-
feet up on that rock, and your glaive can reach him up there, yeah?
It's not my glaive, it's it's the hammer.
Hammer. So can your hammer reach up to the 10 feet?
If I throw it.
You could definitely just throw it at him again if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that, kind of being like when in range to try and catch it when it falls back down if it's not going to come back to me.
Sure.
So yeah, I'll do that. That is okay. That's worrying. Huh. All right. It's 8 bludgeoning damage. And then 6 lightning, so a total of 14 again.
So
and then
you hexed him with a bonus.
yes, and then
bonus action?
and then hex. Yeah.
And he doesn't have to roll for that or anything, right?
Hex just goes on. Yeah, that's
Okay.
just
To make a marker here.
yeah. And then
And
that's
did you roll to hit, or did it hit him with
yeah,
what
it was,
are you currently taking damage for right now? Is it bludgeoning and
Oh,
everything?
wait, yeah, no, fuck. I need to roll. My bad.
Yeah.
19 plus 7.
Whew, that will definitely hit.
So 14, and then I will roll d6 of necrotic. I believe it's just the one. Is it just one? D6?
Should be.
Yeah, it is. Yep. 3. 3 necrotic damage on top of that. So 14, and then 3 necrotic on top.
So 17 altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So as you kind of run, go, Pharaoh, kind of pick up the hammer as you run by. You're fairly close to him, so and as you kind of hit him on the back, Pharaoh slumps off the longsword, off the rock as she hits the tumbles over. I need you, Ben. You're gonna roll a dexterity check at advantage because you're fairly close to him to ricochet and grab it back. Farrell, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw to see if you catch the rock as you were lifted off the sword from that jolt.
Is this a dex save for me, or is it just dex?
We'll do dex save. Dex save advantage.
Natural 20 on the foot. Wow, another natural 20. So I don't even need
back as
advantage.
it ricochets off of the back of the Vampire Knight, clanging against that thick paladin armor. Farrell. A 1.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No!
I'm sorry. Oh no.
It's like
Somebody
Mufasa.
put that on the bingo card. Nat 1.
I've also rolled 2 nat 20s and a 19 so far. What the hell? How?
Volnir, the power of Asgard.
Apparently I don't have it if it's not going to come back to my
Ben
damn
just
hand.
changed Avengers. He's not Thor anymore. Now he's Captain America, having to catch the ricochet.
No. It's
Since, to be fair, Ben, I'm pretty sure since you've got the hammer back, you haven't tried to actually throw it as an attack yet.
That's true. That is true.
It's Captain Tarek.
I have called it back to my hand before, though.
Captain Terrica.
As a channel divinity, natural 100% roll, you summoned it through your hand in the underground.
Okay.
All right, so
I would like to say it's +2, so technically 3, but that was a nat 1.
yeah, it's not one. And I rolled to determine which way you rolled.
Well,
off,
unfortunately, I heard it.
which way you rolled off the rock.
Okay, great,
I made it rolled with
Great.
my d20. I got a nat 20.
fantastic.
So you hit the rock and fall
Of
right
course-
there.
no,
Is she
fantastic.
impaled again?
She's not impaled. Sorry.
Griffin, don't get back
They all have their swords pointed up.
Oh my god, no.
I think I'd be like, okay, I'm done for the evening.
Like-
Good seeing you guys.
Didn't
But
take
you
any
fall
damage though,
down
right?
Off the rock onto the thing. She will take some fall damage.
I would say I will take fall damage. Yeah.
I was gonna say that
Not
means you
much.
have to make another concentration.
2
I know.
points.
You.
2 points of bludgeoning damage as you smack on the rock and smack on the floor. Roll a concentration check for the call lightning.
Nice.
D10.
Nice. I don't know. Oh, it's a 17.
Nice.
Still up there.
Good.
But you are currently prone on the ground as you smack down.
God. Okay.
Nice. When you're laying on your back, no one can sneak up on you.
I
This
mean,
is
you're not wrong.
big brain plays.
Great. Thanks, Griffin. I appreciate the positivity.
That's some real Frankie thinking from One Piece, man.
Yeah.
Tarek, anything else?
That's everything, I think. Yeah, that's both my attacks. That's my bonus action. Almost
Good
all my
job.
movement. Oh, actually, hold on. I've moved 25 feet currently, so I'm just gonna move 5 feet this way.
Mhm.
That's the rest of my movement. I'll just
All right.
reposition myself a little bit, trying to see around
As
the
you
room. see if
throw
I-
that hammer to the back of the Vampire Knight, clanging against that armor. Farrell slips off the sword. The vampire just turns around to you as this dead, stretched over elastic skin just staring you dead in the eyes.
Let's dance, ugly.
All right. After that, we come to Mr. Fiend.
All right. Mr. Fiend, seeing this whole situation happening, begins taking off his suit jacket and folding it as he starts. I can't control my character piece. As he starts walking towards Ramiro.
Let me change that. That's weird. There you go.
Thank you. Once he makes it to about here, he starts unbuckling his sleeves. He goes, Ramiro, I'll hold the line here. I believe you're needed elsewhere. And then casts Fireball, the 5th level, we'll call it.
Back at those fools there.
Yep, so it'll come all the way up to here without quite getting to Ramiro once again.
All
and
right,
I'll
all
spend
right.
a sorcery point to buff it. You go ahead and roll dexterity saving throws for me. DC 18.
Here we go. Dex saves coming right up. Natural 20 on 1.
Fuck it.
Really?
21 on 2. Natural 19 on 3.
Oh,
And a nat 1 on the 4th one.
okay.
Oh, this is gonna be a big. This is gonna
The
be a
loaded
big class.
dice.
So this sucker here failed that hit. But the rest of them succeeded, so roll your damage, good sir.
Uh, 62 fire damage.
Hey, yo.
Amazing.
Okay,
Love
And
to see it.
half are those who succeed.
so 32. Okay. Rocking and a rolling. So, right away, once more, the butt of the cigar goes back to the mouth as a fireball emanates in the palm. Ramiro, I think you're needed elsewhere! Woo! Slowly turns away, turns around. Huge smattering of an explosion takes place just a couple feet away from Ramira's feet and face as this huge blast of warmth almost knocks you on your ass as this vampire spawn, who is already reeling from the turn undead spell you had summoned earlier, evaporates in front of your face. These two gone, as these two are still just put on their ass from the huge explosion, but once again with flames curling up their ripped up clothes. Just slowly start to get back up. You see 3rd-degree burns and bubbling skin as little bits of fire are still attached to their bodies.
With when Mr. Fiend gets up next to Ramiro, he just cracks his knuckles, and with the cigar still in his mouth, he shakes it off a little bit and goes, "All right, come at me, you pricks."
She's gonna just pat him on the back while she shakes her head. You're really fired up today.
Tag team style, I love it.
Love it.
Okay. After
It's like tuxedo mask. Thank you so much, milady. But you didn't even do anything.
That's
Except for
exactly
I'm
what it
tuxedo mask.
No, you didn't do anything. Goodbye.
That's me. I'm just
Talking
like,
about he keeps the rose business in business.
Oh my god.
all right, up next we got 2 groups of vampire spawn,
Fantastic.
and we got one that's been hiding over here in the shadows, waiting for a time to strike. They are gonna make their move.
Oh god, I forgot about them.
They're gonna be able to come through this little path in here. And they're going for Ilya.
no,
She
not
can do it.
Ilya. Yeah, she really can. After I've seen Melee Ball, I know what's up.
I also watched Melee Ball. It just made me simp for her more.
Correct.
Oh boy.
Around there. So 3 of these vampire spawn are gonna make
Everything's
attacks at
fine.
Ilya. So
Ilya.
once again, 2 attacks each. Now what's the AC? Oh yeah. Got that armor on. First attack is miss. 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 Hit. 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 Miss. So 3 hits. as this vampire swarm just kind of comes through the cracks of this crystalline structure behind you. Just this fourth group they just seemingly kind of forgot about. Just makes her way, and as Ilya has kind of got her attention forward, trying to cover you fire, all of a sudden Spawn just start grabbing at her thick armored artificer armor that she just kind of just put on herself in the last session from this wrist guard on her forearm. Starts getting clawed at and attacked. She's able to kind of bat them away with his huge strikes as this crackling lightning energy coming from these iron gauntlets slamming their way, but it's still not enough as one once again decides to grab her and then starts getting attacked with claws and bites. So the first one grappled and the other two are going to attempt to bite her. Which they do. So this is going to be 2d6. That is a 9. That's 2 9s. So they do not get temporary hit points because these ones have not been hit yet, but Ilya's max HP will go down 18 points.
Excuse me, that is Fiend's wife.
I will tell you this much, though. That is an awesome lightning bolt line.
That's true.
I mean, you're right, though. You're right.
Ilya ain't never seen a lightning bolt like this before.
You go for it. I'ma just try not to die from where I currently am.
Okay. And then they're also, with the other attack, they're going to... No, they meant to bite. No, that's all they can do. Okay. So, as Ilya gets swarmed over from that vampire spawn group, go with the third vampire spawn group, which is the vampires that Mr. Fiend just tried to eradicate. These two here, after they gonna get hit from that fireball, they start getting up and just lunge forward once again. One coming towards Mr. Fiend, and another one at Ramira. So once again, making 2 attacks each. First one to Fiend. That's an 8. And that is a 17.
The second one meets, so I will shield, bringing my AC to 23.
All right. So the vampire spawn lunges at you, tries to grapple you. Put that forearm up. This bright blue energy just fills that space and like running into a wall with your headphones out. That vampire just hits it straight on and falls back. The second vamp attacks Ramira. Natural 20 on the first hit. And the second is a natural 19. So they are going to grapple you.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know what dice Kevin is using tonight. I'm gonna need the
It is
stop.
going very well right now.
it
So the
is
first
very
hit's gonna
bad.
grapple you, won't do damage, it'll grapple you instead, and then
Okay.
make that
Stop
bite
killing
attack.
me. I'm always in a chokehold somewhere. Some episode, every episode. I'm usually
So Ramira, you're gonna
emotional
take
or physical.
3 points of necrotic damage to you,
okay.
Ramira, and your max HP is decreased by 3 as well. And then as soon as the one vamp kind of this body sort of tries to spear you and grapple you, just bites you right in the side of the neck, as some of his wounds as well start to slowly close up from those 3rd-degree burns that they just got.
I'm
All
gonna be
right.
shopping one of these days, and it's gonna be like, "Where's Ramira? She's grappled by a scarf at one of the stalls."
Yo, don't test her. Don't ask her because she will get wrapped up in the scarf.
The issue I'm wondering is it emotional or just physical? Like, because I'm pretty sure it's both.
Oh God.
Then after that, we come to Teleki, the purple-skinned vampire-looking noble that has been off in the distance, biding his time.
Oh yeah, he's just chilling over there.
The cast.
Yeah.
You can keep chilling over there. That's
He
good.
needs to not chill over there and go away instead.
Perish
Perish. Just fall over dead. For reasons.
and die.
And die. Except we can't use banishment on it because then it'll come back.
Yeah, don't do that. Thank you. I just remembered the end of that song.
And as Teleki has been sort of hidden in the shrubs and the shadows all this time, starts to come into view into the night sky as he raises himself 10 feet up, levitating.
How about no?
Going to move
that's
in the
22.
air up 10 feet. He is going to move 10 feet this direction. And seeing Tarek in his view,
Uh-oh. Hey, buddy.
he
What's up?
is going to...
You want to be friends?
Where is his stats? Come here, stats. Where you at, stats? There you are. Yeah, Tarek. As you're looking down at this vampiric night, come get me, you ugly mother, you just feel this burning sensation in the back of your head.
Ow.
Like 2 drills just hitting the side temple. Oh, it burns and it aches, and you're kind of compelled to kind of look over as this floating purple-skinned vampire noble is staring you dead in the eyes, and his eyes glow red. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I swear to God.
Again?
Harry
You get
killed-
mind controlled, I'm gonna slap you.
I
Somebody else
swear to
slapped
God,
Terrence.
I will change dice if you want me to. That is another natural 20. I swear to
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
You had
You
me-
mind control the vampire.
It's just no you.
Uno reverse.
Yeah,
Kevin,
no,
if you want me to change dice, I will. But that is the third natural 20 tonight. What?
I've gone 3 natural 20s tonight.
So to be fair, Kevin is also rolling.
Like,
yeah,
I'm feeling really well too. It happened, so
I rolled 5 6s on
Lucky
that
you.
fireball.
So what was that? Wisdom save. That is a 24.
a 24. So you are okay there.
Was he trying to mind control me?
That's really what you need
We'll
to do,
never know.
right? You'll never know because you know
All I can hear is Kevin going, "You don't know."
you don't know.
That's his response every time.
You see this sort of vision your way, and your knees start to feel wobbly. You think you're gonna faint for a second. It's the strangest feeling in the world. You kind of like almost slump over, but you catch yourself on the rock, and you're just looking at him. You're like, and you just kind of slough it off, reminding you how it felt being controlled by the elder brain. A familiar feeling coming into your head, someone trying to screw with your thoughts, and you just know,
Not again.
not again, not again. And it's like, it's kind of freaking you out a little bit because you cannot let this happen again. But as this happens, and you kind of like, is that the best you can do? Looks over and takes his gaze over to Farrell.
Nope.
And Farrell, as you are in with its range,
Hi.
I need
all
you.
right.
Yes, I am Farrell. Hello.
I need you to make a intelligence saving throw, please.
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Yikes.
All right. Oh, hey, nat 20. Hey.
What is going on?
Holy
Just wait
shit.
for my turn. I'll rectify it.
Beyond the Realms is
Don't worry.
back, baby.
I was about to say.
Nothing but nat 20s
This
tonight.
is what we get for
So
doing
as
this.
you're on the ground, Farrell, you kind of
Oh yeah.
surrounded by this vampire spawn that are starting to come your way. Your vision's a bit blurred. You're just a bit dazed. And you're looking up on your back, looking up the sky, and you suddenly just see this floating purple-skinned vampiric creature come out of the bush and starts moving towards Tarek. His eyes bright red, and then just slowly you see its head go over to you, and as soon as your eyes connect with that straight red vision, where am I? Who are these? No, and you just shake it off, not letting the effects take place. As these vampire spawn are starting to come towards you, you're able to kind of focus your attention on that than whatever hypnotic gaze was about to come your way.
Stress.
But with all that, I believe that's all he can do.
Oh, stress.
Hopefully, those are 2 very high spell slots that he now doesn't have.
Farrell almost had a Dory moment just now.
Stress.
His son Chico. Nemo.
Oh, this stress is real, my friend.
All right. So that's going to be the end of his turn. After that, we are coming to the 4th vampire spawn group,
Oh my god.
which unfortunately are all around Feral.
No.
I was supposed to say, I know exactly where they are.
But since they failed the turn undead
Oh,
spell from last session,
so they did.
these 2 have to move away from the source
Oh,
of the
they
turn
can't.
undead.
Attack of opportunity on both of those, I believe.
She is on the ground
I'm
prone.
on my back.
Prone. She's
Prone.
very
Isn't that
recently impaled.
disadvantage?
I'm very recently impaled.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've been impaled. I can finally use the audio.
Oh no, I've been. Oh look, I've been
Farrell
impaled.
was a freshly made corn dog just a
Isn't
second.
it?
Oh my god, I hate
Don't you still
that.
get attack of opportunity though? It's just a disadvantage.
Our god and
Yes, God is
Yeah,
saying.
prone creatures can
Yep,
make
there it is.
opportunity attacks. So yeah, go for it.
just at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Nice.
Take their
So
ankles.
those 2 kind of
Kick
are
it in the shins.
kind of getting out of the radiant spell effect. You can make just on the ground after that hypnotic spell kind of wanes off of you. Just do what comes naturally. Just start just chucking your sword at their legs and just trying to make a bit of space between them and you. So roll for 2 attacks.
Okay. I still have my spell up. I don't have anything else up. Let's see here. Can I attack with my spell, or does it have to be a weapon?
It has to be within range, I believe. I don't think you can use your
Okay.
spell as an
Okay.
opportunity
I
reaction.
think so. Oh, I do have my short sword, so I can use that. Let's see. So, I had to look at my stuff. It's been so long since I've used an actual
Used a weapon.
I know, not my flame sword.
Physical weapon.
Flame. Alright, so with disadvantage on both. Well, both of those were 3s on one of them, so that's not gonna work.
Unfortunately not. As you kind of just run out of the unturned dead light, you kind of just make a couple of just swipes away from them just to keep away from you. And the other vampire spawns are still in the area. You just on your back trying to get up and try to shake off.
The
that hit
other one
fall.
was a 17 and a 16.
That will hit.
Yes.
So both of those attacks will hit. So you did 2 attacks against one. You're doing 2 attacks against another.
It was at disadvantage.
Gotcha.
It
Okay.
was at disadvantage. So if that is,
So one of them will get
one
hit.
of them will take some sort of damage. That's 8 damage for that one, whichever one I hit.
8 damage. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right. So the one that you hit was this one with the double
Okay.
markers on it.
Okay.
That one there, but the other 2 are still within you, and they're going to attack you at advantage.
Yeah.
'Cause you are on the ground. So here comes claw. $18.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right. So as it happens, it's going to pin you on the ground as it grapples you. and it's going to make a bite attack against you.
Amazing.
Oh, actually, 13
13 damage.
To hit.
Oh, to hit. That means.
That meets, so it will bite you. Okay.
No.
Take 2d6 necrotic.
Fantastic.
That is a 5 points of necrotic, so your max hit points go down 5.
Amazing.
And this one will go up. As the wounds from the last battle you had with it just start to slowly seal up. Then this next one is also going to try to hit you.
I hate it here. Did I put that on the bingo card? Because if not, I should have. I did not put I hate it here on here.
That's a 19 to hit.
It hits, yes.
All right. So the other one is also going to put a big bite into the other side of your neck.
God damn. Poor Feral.
That is 4 points of necrotic, so your maximum goes down another 4.
But, God.
And it is healed by 4. And then it's going to cinch in its claws into your side.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
That is going to hit for sure. It's a natural 19. So this
Cool.
will
Cool.
be 2d4. D4. So that is 8 points of slashing damage.
8. Okay.
As those of you who are able to see, it's kind of hard to tell because the crystal formations are kind of blocking some of your views, but you just see all of this. You could hear all this commotion on the other side of rock, just like, get away! And just like this slashing, munching noises as they start drinking Feral's blood.
Okay, how many points of damage did you say that was?
The
Last
claw?
one. Yeah.
I believe it was
I'm just making sure my
8 points of slashing damage.
Okay, I just am making sure I'm. Okay, cool. All right.
Okay. So after that last vampire group, we go to Ramira, and then Feral, you're on deck.
Yeah.
Okay, I am prepared. I'm going to cast. I know I'm grappled, so I don't think this matters because it's only verbal and somatic. So I just have to be able to wiggle my hands and say fancy words. And I'm going to cast Mass Cure Wounds at good old 5th level. I don't need to see anybody. I just need to have the radius of 30 feet, which everybody is within. So I'm going to do a little sign language, the grapple, and everybody is going to get a solid 15 points of healing all around, including Ilya.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Huzzah.
Huzzah,
15
dude.
points of healing.
Verily.
What is the healing word that you say, Ramira?
Well, it just go to old cure wounds, and as she's kind of like holding on, I'm really tired of being choked, and as she does, she tries to pull it down, and you see the light like disperse out from underneath her.
You also get to make a check to be ungrappled.
I love that for me. I'm also going to before I do that, bonus action, use my spiritual weapon. So she like pulls and the light disperses, and then you see one other arm like slip out from underneath, and then she's gonna pull down, and as she does, her hand opens and then shuts, and as she does, the spiritual weapon is gonna slam down on this guy.
On this bad boy, okay.
Smashy.
Yeah.
Roll to hit.
Smashy. Okay, that is a 22.
Oh, that's gonna hit for sure.
Nice. And I think I did this at, what was this? I did this at 2nd level, so that's going to be just 1d8. Oh, crispy. That's only 6 points of damage, but it's fine.
Every bit helps, and you are no longer grappled either.
Yay! Okay, cool.
Yay.
That's gonna be it for me.
As you I'm really tired of being choked. This like radiant wave kind of comes from your mouth as you kind of
I
like.
should have bit him.
How
Chase
did
it
it
on
feel?
this.
And signaling down above where he's got you grappled, and everyone kind of feels this warm glow over their bodies as cuts and bruises and wounds just start closing up once again, giving you a little bit of that feeling of invigoration. The whole time, like as this vampire is kind of grappling, you're kind of looking up at your spiritual weapon as it floats in the air, and almost like a sentient being, it's like over to the right. You're kind of struggling to like move it over, and it just goes bonk, and poof, poof. Hits it right on top of the head as the floating mace does its damage. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Okay. After Ramira, Farrell.
Hi.
So, you are
God,
currently
why?
grappled on the ground, and you've got two vampires that are just using you like a Capri Sun. What would you like to do?
God, I hate it. Yeah.
Image.
Imagery.
Demon blood.
Barrel.
Why
The vampire.
So you're currently grappled. So you can try to make an action to beat the grapple check to get them off of you and try to stand up,
Hold up. Let's see.
or you can remain grappled and try some other sneaky shit.
Let's see. Hold on. Let's see the space right here. Okay. I would like to call lightning right here in between all of these three.
Okay,
It's still up somehow.
it is.
I'm a
still
very
up.
concentrated person on the spell, apparently. They need to make a dex save 15.
Dex save 15. Okay. That's a miss. That is a miss. What was the DC?
15.
All right, so 1 saved, 2 failed.
Fantastic. I love that. For me. Okay, hold on.
So this one failed.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That one.
Great. They're gonna take 39 points of damage.
Okay,
And then the
39
other one will
points
take
of damage.
I believe. Can you back? Yes. So the other one's the one that's succeeded will take half.
Okay, 39 points of damage. Doing calculations. Okay. 74, 39. Oops, I did that. And then half of 39.
Mhm.
Which is going to be a 19.5, so it's 19, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so once again, even though you are on the ground, these vampire spirits there's vampire creatures just digging into your neck and into that juicy veins inside. You kind of look at the sky, and as the clouds are still above you, signaling that your spell, Call Lightning, is still in effect, you just concentrate as hard as you can, looking up. The little spits of electricity start, and you're like, rain down! Huge lightning bolt, thunder crackling all around as the rest of you just hear this thunderous boom as the group of vampire spawn just gets hit from the heavens above, topple over. Even though Farrell is on the ground grappled, still has tons of fight left in her. Anything else you'd like to do, Farrell?
Can I try to get out of the grapple now?
It was your action for Call
Okay.
Lightning.
Okay, great. I wanted to make
Unfortunately.
sure. That's all good. I just wanted to make sure.
No problemo.
I think I will end there since I can't get up.
All right.
That's okay. I didn't think
After
I'm happy.
your turn ends, Teleki is going to use a legendary action.
God.
Oh, he has those.
Of course he does.
Okay.
It's
That's nice
heaven.
for him.
Yeah, in the words of a good friend of mine, I love that. I love that, man.
I love that for you. Wow.
Griffin, you're so positive in the best sarcastic way. I do appreciate that.
Gonna move 30 feet. Over here.
Oh.
Oh, I don't like it.
No.
Okay.
I dislike.
Why you fucking going around town to get
So
to the front
strong.
door?
Why are you moving and shit?
You think you're cool because you can fly? Yeah, I can turn into a bird. I can fly.
I could turn into a bird.
You're not special, okay?
I'm a mammoth. Like,
Stop trying to get your friends to drink us. Okay? I don't know.
it
I don't know what
make
else to
it
say.
cool. It doesn't make it cool. Like,
When Ivy flicked her,
Feral can also be a mammoth now.
I
True.
can't.
technically I
true.
too can be a Luxon.
No, it's like, okay, I'm gonna need you to stop. No. Ugh.
With all of these vampiric creatures around Ilya, as it is now Ilya's turn.
Imagine Toon like flipping his trunk because he doesn't have like long hair.
Yeah. He's just like, okay, guys. That's
need
great
to
for
stop.
you, but like,
You all start to hear
oh god.
the clanging and scratching amongst Ilya's kind of steampunky armor, as they are an armored artificer. That the steampunk brass and silver, gold like armor just created all around them, seemingly out of nowhere, is getting overrun by these vampire spawn. That, for those of you that can kind of see in the corner of your eyes, and as just like they're starting to climb all over. Everybody get down! And hits this button in the center of their chest. Does this third level thunder wave that points on her, blasting all of the vampire spawn, attempting to get them off of her. So this would be a third level spell. These peeps have got to do make Constitution saving throws. DC 15. So let's see.
Nice.
First one fails. Second one fails. Third
Yes.
one fails.
Yes.
Nice.
3, 2, and a 2. And the
Let's
fourth
go,
one.
yeah.
That's cocked.
Axe.
15 exactly, so that one will succeed.
Oof.
So everyone around her within a 10-foot radius. All these enemies within a 10-foot radius, which I believe. Yeah, it'll get all of those suckers. So this one has succeeded. The other 3 will fail and be thrown back 10 feet. And they will take 2, or no, is it 2d8? No, it is 4d8 thunder damage.
That's a lot of
18
dice right
points of thunder damage takes the vampire spawn.
I'll do it.
That'll do, lad.
I'll do
That'll
it.
do,
I'll
baby.
do.
That'll do, Ilya. That'll do.
Yeah.
Okay. So that gets them down to there. Alright, anything for bonus actions for Ilya? Dee.
As Speed watches his jacket just blow off into the distance.
I was just thinking about that.
it would hit one of the stones though and then slide down.
So as that happens, that beeping noise takes place. The thunder wave spell just hits a big shockwave. All of the vampire spawn just get exploded backwards 10 feet. All this shocking burns and fire singes all over their bodies. And then Ramira kind of puts up that gauntlet again, hits it. This little plate comes up, takes out the syringe, injects it into a socket near the knee, twists it up, and this light blue sheen goes. As a bonus action, she casts Defensive Shield and gets 12 temporary hit points.
Good job, Ilya.
And as that happens, kind of looking over the rest of you, how are the rest of you doing?
Fine.
I am literally on the ground.
Farrell's in trouble.
Help is on the way, dear! Help is on the way!
It better be.
I need you the mayor at this moment.
Oh my god. Ilya needs to be voice acted by Robin Williams.
I need this in my life.
So with that, using the Thunderwave spell to get the spawn off of Ilya, bonus action, Defensive Shield, 12 HP, still has all of her movement, and in hearing that Farrell may be in trouble, they can't use that. They're going to attempt to try to get as close to Farrell as they can and beeline it over there. And that'll be the end of Ilya's turn, as you just see this ironclad steampunk pink-haired furbolg woman just make their way over to Farrell. We come back to the top of the round with Toon, my man.
That's me.
What would you like to do?
All right. Think my best bet would be to attack the ones who are just blasted by Ilya's Thunderwave. So I'm going to turn from the two that are attacking me, fix my attention onto that cluster of vampire spawn, and I'm going to cast Erupting Earth, which has a 20-foot radius, so I can get all of them in it. It's a dex save to have the damage, and it's going to create difficult terrain until that's cleared out. And it doesn't require concentration for me to maintain, so that might slow them down a bit, and if nothing else, it'll just hit all of them. So they have to make a dex save of 18 or take 3d12 damage. So I'll turn, hearing Ilya and the commotion and her weird clockwork machinations, and see the vampire spawn there, and really drive all of my Luxodon strength hard into the ground beneath me, and bellow out, "Spirits of stone, sunder and bring ruin to these wretched creatures." And then explode them, hopefully.
Oh,
Love it.
That's like WoW level material there, Griffin.
Oh, you know that I play the WoW, or I just know it.
Play the WoW.
Get the barracks made, post haste.
for the horde!
For the horde.
And so that's gonna be 28.
28 to hit.
28 damage. They've got to make
28
it
damage,
reflex
sorry.
save. Reflex
Gotcha,
save is 18.
All right, so I think that's a con save, Mr. 4E.
Oh. Don't ever. I'm
Way
offended.
to call him out like that.
He was the one that mentioned that last time. He was like, my 4E brain keeps thinking it.
3.5.
I was gonna say
Okay.
3.5.
3.5
there's this.
My bad.
What
My
are you
bad.
talking about?
4E was an abomination. Don't talk about it.
There's no such thing as 4.
That's
Yeah,
like
crazy
the
that they
Avatar
went
live
straight
action.
from
movie.
3.5
I
to
rescind.
5.
I rescind my comment. I take it back. So they're gonna make what save there, Griff?
Let me double check. I believe it's a reflex save. It's a dexterity saving throw. Yeah,
There you
dexterity. Dexterity, reflex. You know what I'm talking about.
You know what I'm talking
Understand. Sorry, I add a little bit of spice to my words.
A little bit of life.
A little bit of
So the first one was a 19.
A little bit of 5.
Second one was a natural 18.
Oh my god.
Third one, 7, that's going to be a 13. And the fourth one's a nat 1. So 2 fail and 2 succeed.
Okay. And the ones who succeed are going to take half. So
Okay.
suck
So
it.
it was 20 points of damage? 28?
28.
28. Got it.
28 points of bludgeoning damage.
14.
And now they are on annoying terrain.
The most annoying terrain.
The most annoying.
That's a
Most
technical term, right?
terrain.
Spiky, hazardous, difficult, even, some might say.
Whoa, that's
I
a
know.
little too far. I
Spicy terrain.
Spicy terrain.
Wasabi terrain.
Why is it spicy?
Oh, you're so right.
Why is this spicy? All right, so 14 of these guys. Calculations. Calculating the calculations.
Calculating.
Okay, so
D&D brought to you by calculators.
D&D brought to you by maths.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
we
if
don't.
I were gonna reignite the calculator brand,
Oh, it would be for
I believe I would team up with D&D in a heartbeat.
Yeah, because we don't know simple math.
How they're not D&D themed calculators yet, I don't
Oh,
know. No one steal that.
They're called
taking that
online
to the
dice
bank.
rollers.
Don't
They're
take
called
it away from
online
me.
dice rollers.
Fine. D&D themed calculators, I will riot. Okay,
children love it.
so you bellow out that, you take your hand, just hit the ground as hard as you can as the earth itself starts to split as these vine-like cracks the ground, makes its way over to that group of vampire spawn, as big shards of rock start to come up from the ground, as two of them fall really hard, as the earth itself starts to just change and break apart. Two of them seemingly trying to get away from the brunt of it, but two of them, their legs fall to the earth, and you can see parts of their bones and shins just break right out of their skin as parts of their limbs get cracked as they fall to the ground. But again, as these undead vampires tend to do, once they take that big hit, they put it back in place and start to get back up, but having a hard time doing so as the ground underneath them is now difficult terrain. All right, Toon. Anything else?
I'm gonna toss another healing word out. I'm in range of Feral, right? She's sort of in a bad way.
If you have to see her, you can't see her technically. She's on the ground next to a rock that's 10 feet tall.
What? I thought they were like crystals. I thought like, oh,
I
I
climbed
can,
up. I
can
climbed
vaguely
up.
see through that not completely opaque crystal.
I climbed up on the rock to get a better vantage point, and then
Yeah.
I got
Okay. In that case, I will just not. No, I'll cast healing word on myself. Fine.
Yeah, like,
Just put on your own mask before you.
Well,
help
these
people.
crystal-like structures, like we said, they're kind of what did we say they were? They were kind of like malachite.
yeah.
Like they're not clear through. Like you can't just see perfectly through them. They are kind of,
Yeah.
Like
a bit
cheap
cloudy.
dime store quartz.
Exactly.
We needed better clarity in our fortifying structures that we were gonna use defensively. Just
Okay.
For next time.
I'll take that as a note for next
For
time
next time.
this happens. Yeah.
I need my crystals to be as clear
Throwing
as
my
As
energy off.
possible. Yeah.
You have
Okay.
like a gem eyeglass that you're like, yes, clear.
Yes, we can do combat here. This
Yes,
is
this is
red
good.
here.
I mean, if you don't want to use them as cover, that's fine. I got a lot of spells that just need to see
Oh,
you.
No. We'll make.
I mean,
no.
Go with this thing. We can just make that happen right now.
Thank you for the vaguely threatening DM sentence. We're good, thank you.
Kevin,
Listen,
I
I'm
think
not
we're quite
complaining.
happy.
I'm just saying it messes with my wand.
We're quite happy using the discount Fortress of Solitude. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Like-
fine.
Mhm.
This is the Frostbreaker's Fortress.
Pack it
Thanks.
up, Walmart.
Oh my god.
But healing word is it? You have to hear it, right? You don't have to see it.
I'll just cast it on myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I can't see her, I'm not even gonna risk it. I'm just like, she's probably dead. Whoops.
Oh
Okay.
my God, weird.
It's fine.
I'm gonna heal for a big. I rolled a 1, so that's gonna be 6 points.
Amazing.
Killing it. Killing it. You guys with your 20s, I don't need those. I don't need those to function.
You see that huge hulking smash into the earth and starts to crackle around towards that group of vampire spawn. Once again, Toon muttering something under his breath. All these scratches and hits from these vampire spawn just seemingly every hit and scratch just gets healed slightly after every hit. Anything else, Toon?
That's it. I'll have my turn there.
All right. Now we got the Vampire Knight, group of spawn.
My favorite, Anne.
As
Straight up.
Tarek calls
Yeah.
down on the Vampire Knight to come get him some, he will come down from that rock.
I specifically
ground.
said, let's dance ugly.
Let's dance ugly. That is correct.
Can
So
Tarek
he-
dance?
We're about to find out.
Okay.
So he comes with a little rock, jumps down right with you, Tarek, and it is a 1v1 with the Vampiric Knight. And this sucker is going to see if he gets his ability back.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Not the necrotic bursty thing. I didn't like that.
I also did not like that.
Yeah, he can just not do that again.
I
Lovely.
think he needs to reevaluate himself. He seems like he has a lot of him problems. So.
Mhm.
And Tarek, as you see this vampiric vampire come down,
Vampiric vampire.
vampiric creature come down. I use
Like
words
that.
good now, yes.
This vampire is very
Vampire.
vampiric.
The blood that was kind of coming down from the sides of his armor from that massive hit you hit from his back as part of his paladin armor is kind of dented
Bonk.
with a hammer hit. You notice as he's looking at you that the trickling blood starts to start coming back into him, no longer going down but back in as wounds on him start to heal up a little bit at the start of his turn. And as he looks at you dead in the eyes, doesn't say anything, just and goes in for a massive hit.
All right. Here we go.
Show him your dance moves.
Show me your moves.
Here's what we do. We do a Guardian of the Galaxy
Show
style
me a move.
ending where we just dance at him instead.
Dance off, bro. Just leave me.
Dance off.
Dance up. Just
So he's gonna make 2 strikes at you, Tarek, with both hands. 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm. Hit me with the best shot. Actually,
No, don't say that.
Don't do that. Oh no.
First hit is a natural 19.
Yeah, just about.
Second hit will be a 17.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Both hit.
just about.
All right. So this first one is going, well, they're both going to be damaged. So this is going to be 1d10 plus 2d8. So the first hit, you're going to take 17 points of damage.
What type of damage is it?
So the first one is 7 slashing, and then 10 necrotic.
Okay. So 17 total. Bam.
And
That's
the
not bad.
second hit will be 9 points of slashing and 3 points necrotic. As you are as just like Farrell, you see this big slash stabs you.
So a total of 12.
Total of 12.
Yeah.
As the sword, once again, just like Farrell, does a big slash to you and stabs you right through the gut, impaling you. And you are currently grappled with the Vampire Knight.
That great.
Y'all know how it feels now.
He's stabbing me through the front though, so am I technically grappled? Is that-
Yes.
Still free.
Yes.
According to the monster, you are.
Well,
You're
all right.
holding on to it.
So after that, that'll be the Vampire Knight's move. And then we're moving on
Up to the east side.
to the east side. Do 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 in the sky. we are moving on to the vampire spawn around Toon. And once again, these vampire spawn are going to make a couple attacks against you, Toon.
Beautiful. My armor class is low, but my spirits are high.
Those are some good vibes right there.
12 on the first hit.
That's a miss.
It's a nat 1 on the second.
Wow.
Second vamp is another 12. And a natural 17.
That'll do it.
All right. So that one is also going to attempt to grapple you at these last remaining two. As you do that healing word and kind of turn your back to focus your attack on that vampire spawn group over there that uses opportunity just to kind of grab all over you. You're able to buck one off. Another one's able to close its arms around you. It's just trying to keep you in place and not let you get anywhere. So no damage to you, but you are currently grappled by one. After that, we come to Tarek once again. Currently,
Remind me, grapple just means my speed is 0, right?
Yeah.
Speed is 0. You can still, use your hands, use your mouth, everything,
Yeah.
but you are currently stuck in place with the sword.
Yeah, he stabbed me forward. Thing is, though, he thinks I'm stuck with him. Nah, he's stuck with me. Yeah, just
You're
with
stuck
that,
on
like taking the stab, just gonna have that moment of just initial pain. Just he's just gonna look up, stare this thing dead in the eyes, like just grab the blade with his hand, other hand, bring up the hammer, just gonna bonk him right on the head with it.
Okay.
Thought you're gonna pull alerts and then impale yourself even more to like get up to him.
Probably a bad
I was
idea.
fully
Oh.
prepared for that, honestly. I was like, well,
Right, that is a 19. Oh, plus 7.
19 plus 7.
Yeah.
So 26.
No, sorry. 12 plus 7, so 19.
19
Yeah.
will miss. 19 will miss.
Okay. All right.
As Tarek, impaled by the sword, has the hammer. Just makes a big, tries to hit it
Missed the
with
first
the
time.
hammer, but just
Don't
able
worry.
to duck out of the way and control you with its sword, kind of twisting it as you're about to do a big drive.
Don't worry. The backhand always hurts a lot more. Gonna backhand him with the hammer across the face.
So second attack.
Yes. That's my second attack.
So
That
two
is
attacks.
that is a an 18 plus 7.
That's an 18 plus 7, so that's 25.
I have hope for this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
If this doesn't hit, yikes.
That will hit. Roll
Okay.
damage.
I don't
Okay.
like that a 19 did not hit.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying. That's a little stress.
A little sus.
A little stressy. A little stressed. All right.
An ambulance.
That's only 2 slashing damage, but that's 9 lightning damage, so a total of 11, and then necrotic damage, 26 is a 5. So
So then plus 5 on top of that.
11, and then plus 5 necrotic.
All right. So as you go up to swing with the hammer, he has you impaled the sword and kind of twists it a bit like, ugh! And as you kind of jolt from that hit, you just instinctively throw the hammer to the other side. Fuck you. Just
Backhand the hammer.
clean off his jaw, as one side of his jaw is just all the way off to the side. And as you just kind of that ringing from the hammer strikes true as you have your hand on his sword, blood kind of coming down from the inside of your palm as you're holding on for some sort of grabbing point so you don't completely fall off. Hold him as he is holding you, and as he comes and looks back at you.
Can I get out of this grapple now? Do I get the opportunity to do my end of my turn?
So it's an action to get out of the grapple.
Oh, well, it's fine. He can't go anywhere.
So you are currently grappled with the vampire
Unless he
knight.
just lets
He's got
go
a
of
broken
this
jaw.
bullet,
He's gonna have to
runs
drink
away.
all his meals, not wait.
But he has you grappled, so he could move somewhere with you if he wanted to. But with that, Tarek, is that all you would like to do, sir?
I believe that is my
Made 2 attacks. Any
two
bonus
attacks.
actions?
Do I have any bonus actions? Currently have Hex up.
You have it on here.
Yeah, well, my speed is 0, so I can't run
Can't go
away.
anywhere.
But that's me.
All right. Up next, Mr. Fiend.
He notices he hears the boom and all of the thunder wave and all the vampires flying away. And he hears, I'm on my way, dearie! And he goes, oh, thank God. Where are you going? Goddamn cockroaches! Turns around as he's like holding this one off with his shield. And casts Synaptic Static over here.
Oh, shit.
So all of these guys make an intelligence saving throw DC 18.
Oh, boy. Okay.
They don't seem very smart. They're doing the whole a lot.
First one's a natural 19.
Well, that sucks.
Then we got a 6, a 16,
Aha! Fail.
and a 12. So the rest of them are
Okay.
failed, but that one succeeds.
The ones that have failed take 32 psychic damage.
Ooh.
And half as much on a successful one, so 16. Also, they have muddled thoughts for the next minute. They can repeat their intelligence saving throws at the end of every one of their turns, but they take a negative 1d6 to every one of their attack rolls.
Good lord. Okay. Doing calculations. What was the damage again?
32 for
32.
ones that failed, 16 for ones that succeeded.
And 16. Okay. That did some good damage. That did some good damage.
Ya bastards!
What are you using for your synaptic strike?
What he normally does is like claw the air, like running his nails on a chalkboard.
Okay. So you see, as you notice that help is on the way. Like, where are you going? Kind of push off the vampire spawn kind of in front of you as you just look over and she's kind of scrape the air as trails from your fingernails just emanate in the air with just this black sort of lightning like affinity going and that same scratch in the air of the vampire spawn are all kind of trying to get up from the blast. This kind of line comes under there, under the rubbled flooring, under the rubbled earth, done from Toon as they get up, and this black sort of lightning-like energy also just rakes across the ground as they get up, and just this sharp, just painful energy just comes up from under the earth through their legs, and all of their wounds that were kind of closing up before just start to and just start to rip open again as they're just all these wounds and blood just pouring down from their bodies. Those three got fucked. They are looking really, really rough.
Good. All right, this is gonna hurt. But I gotta do it. Fiend steps back, invoking 2 attacks of opportunity.
John, no!
Use your reflexes. Come on.
So there'll be 2 attacks each.
Oh no.
Do
much
they get
HP do you have
their
left?
whole attack action, or they only get 1 opportunity attack for an opportunity attack?
Let me just clarify.
And can I somehow
believe it's just
disrupt
the
the
one.
one in front of me?
I just know when I make an opportunity attack, I can't attack twice.
Use your
Yeah,
attack to make
I
one
believe
melee
it's 1.
attack. Yep, it is
Sweet.
1.
Sweet.
So this will be 1 attack each. So that was my bad there.
Yes.
But we'll have opportunities to grapple you with their
I know.
So, first one is 18 to hit.
That gets me.
So unfortunately, one of them is going to just grapple onto you as you try to get away, and the other one's going to hit you as well. so it's only a 9. So the other one will miss with its attack against you, but one currently grappled you and has you stuck there with its claws deep into you.
Does that restrain me, or am I at half?
You're
speed
grappled.
You are grappled, so your speed is 0, but
Okay.
think of it as someone has like their arms kind of around your upper arms, but you're like, you can still use your arms this way, you can speak, you just can't move.
Bastard. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta read.
Okay, there will be a wave of enemies after you, and then Ramira and Farrell, you will be on deck.
Yay.
See. Okay. All right. That's the end of my. That's it for me.
That's it for you. Okay, so up after Fiend, we got 2 groups of vampire spawn, and then the Lecky, and then the last vampire spawn. So here we go.
Yay.
Let's see, group number 2. Yeah, so it's all of these bad boys are up next. The one they get to snap the strike to. So you said they have to make intelligence saving throws at the start of the turn or at the end of the turn?
End
there?
of the turn.
End of the turn. Brilliant. Okay. So with all this happening. What's going on? Just from you doing that attack, being as feral as they are, just doing animal instinct, they're gonna rush over to you.
They're going to try.
God damn it.
And this is
one
when we
here.
center fireball on ourselves.
Do it. Fucking do it. Take me out of this.
All right.
I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball.
Correct.
So this will be a few attacks on you here.
Okay.
Oh god.
So three different sets of attacks, 2 each. So the first one,
And each one of them have a negative D6 on their attack rolls.
that's right, they do.
Good call, John. Good call.
So that one is negative. That was a 2.
Oh.
He attacks itself in its
So
confusion.
first one misses both. Second one misses both.
Oh, I'm
Third
being
one.
bear hugged by another vampire. It's like, ha!
All
It's like when your friends
Yes.
double team you.
They
all
missed. They all missed. Yes.
Come at me, bro!
Yes.
I'm a
What?
boxing sorcerer.
Boxing sorcerer.
you do notice as the vampire spawn kind of make their way towards you, all of those wounds and all of those huge hits that you just made are slowly once again starting to close up. But as they come at you, you're able to take the sort of the charm of staffing that you have and just keeping them away from Ramira and yourself as you kind of notice you are starting to get a bit enclosed and swarmed up over here. But that'll be their turn there. Then we got group number 3. Which are these 2 here.
Oh shit, not again.
Wait. No, yeah, you're grappled. Those attacks would have been at advantage.
Would they?
No,
I like the would they though?
never mind.
Jordan.
I was wrong.
Jordan said no.
Jordan.
Thanks God. Thanks God.
Just like that hand slap.
No.
I look at my head. I'm like, they're grappled though. They can't move. But no, I think it's literally just because
My eyes.
That's
Just
the difference
like-
between prone and incapacitated. So my bad.
Thanks God.
Thanks,
Our
God.
stream God.
But you are grappled by this guy,
Yeah.
so he will still make 2 attacks against you, and this would be a bite. Which is 14 to hit.
No.
No, okay. So
No, you gave me armor, remember?
that's correct. And then he'll make an attack with a claw, which will also miss.
Nice.
Just trying your best to duck and weave, and then this one will try to get Ramira,
I'm sweating.
which I don't believe you are grappled, Ramira, right?
No, I'm not.
So, once again, here we go. That is going to be 15 to hit.
The sudden cutout of music made me unhappy.
Yeah.
15, you said? That is a miss.
15.
Miss.
Miss. Okay, so he's gonna hit you one more time.
Or will he?
I believe he will. That is a 14 plus. So that's a 19.
And there's more? Yes, that does
The
hit.
compound
Oh,
sentence.
sorry, unnatural 20. My bad.
God damn it.
So
Fantastic.
once again, won't use the attack to hit, but will grapple you once more.
Nice.
There we go. Sound came off there for a minute, and we're back.
It was so abrupt. I did not like. I was like,
We're
oh no.
And then you're
You're
all
beating a straight jukin out here this morning.
but yeah, the
Heavy
two of
dude.
you kind of, Tango and Cash back to back, just like punching people, throwing them back, dipping, diving as they're trying to claw at you. Even Fiend, who's currently grappled, using his feet just to just kick them off, keeping the radius around you pretty clear, trying your best to stay on your feet. But that group won't get you either. And then we come to Teleki.
Oh, he gets a turn before me? Bastard.
Balicky licky.
I like
My
it.
leg, nah.
Okay, let's see here. He is going to lock eyes with
Ew.
Toon.
From across.
Toon, as you are sort of getting scraped by with these vamps, as the visage of Teleki has now drifted over your way, and as you turn around fighting these off, those bright red eyes connect with yours. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Is he trying to romance me?
Mhm.
Are we gonna kiss right now?
That's a 15 plus. I don't think I really have a lot of the intellect.
I love you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, my intellect's 11. That's a 15.
15.
Brain juju.
Okay. Toon, I need you to roll a d4, please.
Oh no!
No.
I hate everything about this right now.
Goodbye, horses. That's 2.
That's 2.
Mhm.
Okay. So, you lock eyes with Teleki, this, again, very like Lestat-looking purple-skinned being stares you straight in the eyes. And as you're fighting off these vampire spawn, you're looking at your friends, you're thinking like, we got a chance here, we got a chance here. Wait, who are these people? What are we doing here? You have suffered memory loss.
No.
That's of no concern. I'm just gonna keep fighting things that are attacking me.
You rolled a 2.
Yeah.
You forget one of your current allies and now views the ally as hostile.
Oh, shit. Which one?
Who?
You rolled a 2.
Yeah.
That is going to be Ilya.
Oh,
Perfect.
no! Ilya, no!
So Ilya to you is
You
currently
leave Mrs.
hostile.
Doubtfire alone.
I might have to murder her.
No.
She's got a scary
I
Iron
like
Man.
the-
And I don't like technology. I am a wholesome druid from humble origins.
And you are going to take
Nothing possible.
you're going to take 4d8 psychic damage.
That seems altogether like just a lot of
Spicy,
psychic
spicy.
damage.
This is a lot of stuff, dude.
This is.
So
this is
altogether,
much.
you're going to take 18 points of psychic damage.
Child's play.
For no reason whatsoever. How's your HP looking? Oh.
Now, hypothetically, if I thought that he was my friend, could he become my enemy in this situation?
Hypothetically.
He's not convincing you that he's your friend. He's convincing you that Ilya is not your friend.
Yeah, but maybe up until this point, I thought we were bros.
And as you kind of look at Ilya, this memory loss of your connection with her start to fade and get sort of replaced by a very, very painful memory. One that you kind of hold dear in your heart as one of the most painful memories from your younger years, at a time when a mysterious force went through your tribal village and took a few younglings with it. You are dead set on knowing that she's the one that probably did this.
Oh no.
And that's all that's concerning your head at this moment.
Okay.
Oh shit.
As the memory of Ilya's and your relationship to her starts to fade and wither, as this new memory is now rising up in your head.
Is that permanent?
You don't know.
That phrase haunts me every time Kevin uses it. You don't know.
It's almost as bad as like you could certainly
You
try.
certainly try.
Like, I think that this is worse just because it's Kevin's catchphrase. Like
Yeah. You don't know. It's so calm too.
you don't know.
All right, so that is going to be the end of Teleki's turn. And then after him is the last group of vampire spawn that are still around Feral. As you are still currently on the ground, I believe. You're still grappled. You're just
Correct.
using Call Lightning to hit.
Correct.
So, these two vampires are going to make their attacks against you.
Fantastic.
So the first one is going to be the bite.
Okay.
That's a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hit.
So this is going to be 2d6 necrotic, and will also reduce your max HP again.
Love that.
So that's 5 points of necrotic.
Fantastic.
As the wounds start to close once more, healing that vampire for the bite. It is then going to dig its claws into you a little bit more. And that is going to be low. As a 11.
That does not hit.
But that will not hit. Same thing with the second vampire. Going in for a bite.
Okay.
It's a 14.
Yeah, that hits.
That'll hit. Another 2d6.
Fantastic.
Another 6 points of necrotic damage, reducing your max HP once more. As wounds on the vampire also start to close up. And it's going to dig its claws into you a bit more. And that is a natural 18.
Okay.
So it cinches its claws into you. You're going to take 2d4.
Amazing.
So that is 8 points of slashing on top of that.
Amazing. Incredible. Okay. Great. Great. Cool. Cool. Yep. This is my favorite thing.
Okay.
Yikes.
I think that's through them all, right? And that one. Perfect. Okay, so Ramira.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
I just got the most disturbing message from our party. Okay.
Cool.
She is going to slam her hands up into that praying motion and snap them back like she did for the previous turn undead. And she goes, Fiend, when you said, would you like to die with me? And snaps it back. I didn't think it would be this soon. And then she's going to go ahead and pop off Channel Divinity, turn undead, and everybody in the 30-foot radius has to make the save of 17, a wisdom saving throw of 17 or more.
Okay.
Everyone?
These fools, no, just the undead.
Okay.
I know
So
that's
the vampire spawn. So 3 of them won't affect it, but everyone else is in that range. So let's make some rolls here. So what was the DC?
17 for wisdom.
All right, so we'll do this first group of 4. Fail. 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 Fail.
Well, they're not very wise, are they?
Cool, 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 cool.
That'll fail. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll do 5 again. Success. Success. Success.
Ooh.
Fail. Success. So success, success, success. But the last one failed.
Nice.
So that one will have, and that's the one that is grappling you currently. So it will, on its turn, have to let you go and run away from Ramira.
Okay. Well, I can't see Feral, so there's nothing I can do to assist. But I then am going to snap my hand the other direction towards the one on the right of me, right here, and then pull down again, and then have the spiritual weapon bonk that individual on the head.
Come this guy here.
Yeah, that is going to be a 24 to hit.
24 will definitely hit.
Okay, great. And that's going to be 10 points of force damage.
10 points of force damage. Okay.
And that's pretty much all I can do right now. Sorry, Feral.
You get though.
All right. As you go to rip that thing off, this huge wave of radiant energy just emanates from you, and all of the vampire spawn once again that are around you. This like just fake sunlight comes off of you. They all just recoil in fear and just don't want to be anywhere near you. As the group that Mr. Fiend's trying to fend off starts to recoil away, but unfortunately the one grappling him was able to just kind of like put Fiend in front of the blast, and the other one in front of you that already had saw this effect taking place were able to shield their eyes just in time. Okay. After that, we come to Beryl.
Hello. Okay. It is an action to try to become ungrappled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Crap. Just so everyone knows, I am at 7 hit points. So I am still grappled. So if I cast any type of healing, I am still grappled.
You can still cast healing and everything, you just won't be able to move.
I know I'll still be grappled. However, I will not die, hopefully. So, let's see. I will cast Cure Wounds at a 4th level on myself.
Okay.
So it's 4d8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4d8. So 23. So I am back up to 30 HP. Fantastic. I don't believe I can do anything else though. Let me double check. I don't believe so. And that's all I can do, so I will end my turn there.
End your turn there. So you healed up?
Yeah, I am now at 30 hit points.
Okay. So still kind of on the ground as that radiant blast from Ramira kind of takes place with the vampire spawn kind of looking around, seeing what's going on as it's distracted and able to just kind of come up from biting your neck. You're able to just kind of a little bit of green radiant energy yourself emanates in the palm of your hand and just put it in your chest as those wounds and just blood draining as your vision is starting to become blurry, almost to the point of passing out. Those wounds just start to close just a little bit, and your breathing starts to become a bit faster. Your heart rate starts to pick up as new life is now breathed into yourself. Still got some fight left into you. Anything else?
I don't believe so.
Okay. after Farrell, we come to Ilya, who is gonna keep
Oh no.
her word of helping Farrell out. Let's see what they have here. Touch. They are going to. Yeah. Oh no, she can't do that though. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're gonna come over here. You suddenly hear these big, heavy metal footfalls come near you, Farrell, as you just hear these two gauntlets smash together. Get off of her, you bitch! And these huge lightning gauntlets are going to take a bunch of smacks from her. As she opens up her palms and just, makes 2 attacks with her thunder gauntlets. And she has extra attack, so these first 2 are gonna hit. First one's gonna miss. Yeah, first one's gonna miss. Second one, definitely gonna hit. Next 2. It's just gonna miss. So 2 misses, 1 hit, and another hit. Okay. So 2 lightning damage is going to be a D8 each, plus 3. Low. So it's only 6. Yeah, 6 points of thunder damage with the attack, unfortunately. But that will degrapple that, and then that's it. So right away you just hear these two thunder gauntlets take a bunch of shots as you just fight off this vampire off of you, and you are no longer grappled as the vampire is now engaged with Ilya.
What?
Not that kind of engagement.
No, John.
Don't worry, your dowry still stands.
It better be a high one for that. Like,
Yeah,
honest.
honest.
She's
A lovely woman.
All right.
I need the
so
rock'em sock'em robot.
will commit arson for Ilya.
that'll be her move, and we come to the top of the round with Toon. But before that happens, as a legendary action,
No!
Oh no.
with the gaze still intact with Toon, it's going to use
Dress.
yeah, because he didn't use any of his turn. He's going to use the remaining 3 for this round to release a powerful wave of psychic energy. Each creature within 20 feet
Oh god.
of
That's every
our
creature.
boy.
So.
that is
Never I've
going-
been so happy to be off in the corner of the map, surrounded by bad guys.
So this is going to hit Toon. It's going to hit Tarek.
He's gonna hit the vampires and the knight as well.
You say that.
I hope it does. I sure
need-
hope it does.
Yeah, it's a psychic pulse, so they're going to have to roll for these 2.
Nice.
Okay,
I need both of you to roll intelligence saving throws, please.
Oh no.
I actually have a +5 on my intelligence saving throw. I realized it's not enough.
Yeah, so that would have been a 20. Because you rolled a 15 before, right? When you were rolling against
Right.
Ilya. So that would have been a 20 actually. Would that have saved?
Super
It would have saved, but it's a bit
I
too
was
far
gonna say,
down the line now.
Alright,
I'm rolling a 7 for this one, so that's a 12.
Yikes.
that's
Okay.
15.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for the other creatures right now too. This is kind of a last-ditch effort, but I hope I did. Okay, so intelligence saving throw for the knight. He fails. The other two. Fails. Also fails. So, as you are engaged with the Vampire Knight, Tarek Toon, as you're looking over at Ilya and just getting all of these just mean, murderous thoughts, the arms of Teleki kind of raise up, and this purple electrical magic energy starts. She raises his hand up and just goes in a big psychic blast, hits everyone in that range. Everyone who failed is stunned until the end of your next turn. That includes the Vampire Knight and the other two spawn, but that leaves Toon and Tarek stunned.
That's okay. I was gonna attack my friend anyways, so
Yeah.
I see this as a total win.
And at least the knight is stunned, so he can't wreck Tarek while Tarek is stunned.
That's very true. That is very true. Basically, everyone in that radius just skips a turn. We're fine.
So at the end of your next turns, you will be able to try to make the save again.
Oh yeah, crap. Yeah, I gotta make the save. Uh-oh.
So that'll be his legendary action. So Toon, it is your go.
I'm stunned.
Right, but you get to
So-
roll at the end of your turn to see if you can get out of it.
It's gonna be an 11 plus 5 for a 16 if it's an intelligence saving throw.
16, just missed it. As that psychic wave kind of it just and time all around you is just slowed down like you've ingested a bunch of bad ketamine, and you just like can't do anything. You're just, their vision's blurring. It's just like you just got hit into a car wreck. So after Toon, we come to the Vampire Knight, who's also going to roll his intelligence saving throw.
Fail.
And will also fail and is stuck in
Okay.
place. Tarek, roll your intelligence saving throw.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Woo! That is a 15 plus plus 2, so 17.
17, meter beast, you are no longer stunned.
Let's go!
As that sort of wash
the end
and
of my
burn
turn.
comes over you, and you're just coming out of just this weird dazed state as your blade is still in you with this Vampire Knight. As you look over at Toon, he's also just kind of just staring around, not really sure what to do. But you're no longer stunned, but it's the end of your
When it
turn.
gets to my next turn, am I automatically not grappled? Because he's stunned?
We'll get to that. But after that, we come to Fiend.
Fiend, having kind of looked at Ramira last round, like, claws reaching past us and teeth gnashing. I'm sorry. He forms a fireball in his hands and then lifts it up and smashes it down at his feet. But spends 2 sorcery points, one for himself and one for Ramir to careful the spell, so we automatically succeed the dexterity saving throw. And just fire washes out from him.
Okay, let's
You
go.
absolute legend.
So wait, it automatically saves? I thought it was advantage.
There's one that gives disadvantage. Let me read it. Automatically succeeds on its saving throw against the spell.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Okay. That's amazing.
Wow. Okay. So as the two of you are being surrounded by all these vampire spawn, Fiend, what do you say to Farrell again?
To Ramira.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. You know I
She
have
just
to.
nods. She goes, okay.
It is 38 fire damage to all those that fail, half to those that succeed.
Okay.
I cast it at 3rd level. I was like, I'm not trying to kill me and Ramiro.
Okay. Okay, it is careful.
And I also resist fire, so.
Wow. Okay. So, as Mr. Fiend kind of said that to you, Ramira, you just look up at him and look around you as you're just in the midst of this hard-fought battle. If this is what it takes to save our friends, I guess this is it. Like, I've made my peace, and he just kind of leaps up in the air as high as he can, almost spear a ball in his hands. And as you look up, and you're just keeping eye contact
She
with him.
clutches the necklace as she does it. She's like,
Touch
okay.
the necklace as the vampire spawn start to close in around you, almost like a slow motion movie scene. You look up, and as he just puts down this massive fireball, you look up, and all of a sudden, this light blue, magical shield-like material just kind of takes over all of your body, and you're like, oh! And you just think this thing's gonna hit you like a ton of bricks. It comes down, it has some pressure on you. You're feeling the burn, but not as intense as it was. You've got a few seconds before it really starts to feel the harsh effect. But he comes down and just... The rest of you just see Fiend leap in the air and seemingly just sacrifice him and Ramira as this giant fireball just takes them all over. You just see this massive sphere of energy just crushing the entire group of them into the ground. So
What
we're
would
gonna make
Fiend
some
do?
saves
Oh,
here. So Con, yes.
Oh no.
Dexterity.
Dex. Fail. Success. Fail. What was the Dex DC?
18.
Fail. 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 The one that succeeded wouldn't even matter. This one is vaporized instantly. You said 38, right?
38.
Calculating.
D&D calculators by Dice Cream Sandwich.
I'm hoping their regenerate doesn't fucking bring them back from that synaptic static combo.
They need at least 1 HP on their in their bodies to regenerate. But
Oh, I thought you meant to kill him. I was like, oh my god!
Oh my god.
It's like, round up!
I would cry. I'd be like, that's enough tonight. Thank you.
those two are dead.
Woo! Do
This
this!
one that was grappling you is also dead. All right. So as you do that, this huge solid sphere of fire just emanates from where you guys are, and the rest of you just think Fiend just killed himself and Ramira. And as the smoke kind of dissipates and the ball kind of singes into the earth, smoke rising from the ground of just steam and melted snow and crystal and rock, you just see Fiend and Ramira kind of just holding each other tight, just hugging each other, as the rest of the vampires around them are all but dead, with just two remaining with their charred bodies just on the ground, just still writhing around in pain. But you cleared out the rest of them.
Sounds like a plan, man. Alright, that is it. I am done.
All right.
Oh, now you're done. Oh.
I like
Yeah,
how
I
you
just
say
had to
that
dunk on
was
some-
it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm
That was
done.
it.
Gotta
And
get some
after
Darius
Fiend-
up in this bitch.
Great.
After Fiend, we're gonna come to the next round of enemies, but it is here. We're gonna take a break, everybody.
Woo!
We are a good crisp 2 hours into the stream. Did this hard-fought vampiric
Gosh,
battle.
already?
Yeah. But it is the break time of the show. So subscribers, this is your time to shine, everybody. This is where you get to enter in a fancy keyword And then when we come back from the break, we will see who has won this awesome Dice Cream themed broadsword dice
It's so cool.
Nice.
from at Game PLA Shop. So go check out his stuff on Etsy. Also has an Instagram. If you want to order something like this for yourself, go check him out. He is an awesome creator. But yeah, guys, what should the keyword be for the peeps at home?
Ketamine.
Back. So good.
No.
That one you gotta Google to spell.
It'll work for the entry. Vampire is good.
Just vampire.
Vampire is fine with me.
Or just
Vampire it is.
have this on the way here.
So vampire, all one word, only once, enter it once per person, and then we'll come back, and if Nightbot isn't an absolute moron, it'll pick a right winner. So
New Year,
we will
new
see you
Nightbot.
back here in
New
about
Nightbot?
10 minutes or so. Stick around because you're not going to miss the end of this battle, everybody. See you in a bit.
Beauty.
And we're back. Hello, everybody. We're going to kick off this second part of our epic vamp battle in just a second, but now it is time to honor all you lovely subscribers and see who has won this epic longsword dice vault here. So we're going to have Nightbot choose the winner for all those that entered the keyword in. Sometimes Nightbot's drunk. It just has too many whiskeys. It forgets to pick up its kids at school. Sometimes it just
My God.
No.
and doesn't do its job when it's asked. But sometimes it does. So let's see if
Wow.
Nightbot is generally a good person.
You really called Nightbot
Good
out.
period.
I'll call you out, Nightbot.
Like,
Be
God.
better.
Get your
You
shit
better.
together,
Get
Nightbot.
your shit together,
Seriously.
Nightbot. Next BBEG.
Nightbot.
Wild magic sorcery, because
It just hits its own enemies every time.
yeah.
Oh.
All right, so Nightbot, let's see what winner has gotten it. And
Boom.
Dice and
Dice and Asperger's.
Asperger.
Hey.
Nate.
Nate.
Nate,
Our
Yay.
boy.
congratulations,
Nate.
friend.
What up?
You have just won yourself this awesome longsword dice vault with the Dice Crew emblem. Thank you so much, friend, for being a subscriber, and to everyone who entered, thank you all so very much for also being subscribers. And don't worry, because every goddamn week you'll have a chance to
Every
win some
week.
cool freaking D&D stuff right here on Beyond the Realms. I don't know why.
Hello?
Oh yeah,
Kevin's like, fight.
I'm just riled up. This is
Kevin
my
was in-
fighting
Oh,
vault.
shoot. Oh, heck.
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 But yeah, thank you, Dice, and thank you to everybody who supports the channel. We so very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. But with all of that out of the way, let us get back into the scrap. And we are continuing this fight, everybody, with a surge of enemies. Not so many, because there was kind of wings were clipped just recently. So these two, one of them has to run away. So two of you are going to get opportunity attacks on one of these vampire spawns.
Sweet.
As they haven't even had a chance yet to run away from the Turn Undead spell from Ramira. So both of you make one attack, please.
I have Warcaster, so I can make a spell, or I can
You
attack
can.
with a spell.
So Ramira, you can do one melee attack.
Okay, that doesn't require. Does that require me like getting my weapon out? Because I haven't had my weapons out at all. Not to make this more complicated, but
No, well, your weapons are sheathed. It's not an action to like
Yeah, they're, like,
unsheath
next to
the
me.
sword or
Okay.
it's all good.
sure.
22 versus AC.
Oh, that'll hit.
A 26, my friend.
Hello.
20 lightning damage.
20 lightning damage.
Lightning
Yeah.
damage.
Ramira,
Shocking grasp.
what did you hit him with?
Sorry, I gotta see what the.
With the
gosh,
mace,
Fist
correct?
of the Moon. It's the Fist of the Moonweaver.
Yeah.
I don't see stats on it. It just says deals an extra 1d6.
So it has the stats of a normal mace,
Oh, okay, rock on.
which I believe is a d6. So it hits 2d6
Yes, very good.
and a +1 to attack and bonus, or attack and damage roll.
Oh, incredible.
And you use your
Okay.
wisdom modifier in place of your strength modifier.
Yes, I did remember that
Yeah.
part. I just didn't know what the
Yeah.
stats were. Okay, awesome. So it is 10 points of damage.
Between the two of you, as that vampire spawn just sees its vampire brethren just melt and fry, it just starts to turn away and feed. Not so fast. Holds it in place with a shocking grasp as Ramira just takes up the mace. Bam! Just smacks the head clean off the neck, and that sucker is very much dead.
Sweet.
Well, bam. But this lowly vampire spawn, who knows why he's still there, thinks he's got a fighting chance, is going to. Actually, you know what? He is going to try to get out of there.
Go home, Vamp. You're drunk.
Seeing that other spawn bite the dust, it is also going to attempt to. You know what? No, it is going to just, at the last throes of being set on fire for like the third
Do it.
time. It's gonna try to do what it knows best, and that's just attack fairly. So it's going to make the 2 attacks on you, Ramira. And that's going to be a 17.
Oh yeah, meets.
All right, so it's gonna claw you this time. So it's gonna make 2 claw attacks. So that's the first one.
It's fine.
The second one is gonna miss.
Nice.
9. So you'll get 2d4 slashing damage.
Barely an inconvenience.
That's 7 points of slashing damage to you, Ramira.
Okay.
The vampire spawn in front of you is just going, just trying to reach up and just claw at your legs. And its legs are just crumpled and like just ashy burns all over its legs from the fireball spell. All right. After that, we come to Teleki. You can see Toon. Yeah, Toon is stunned at the moment. So he is going to float over.
Oh.
Over here. Actually, so Toon is actually. Yeah, he sees. Oh, should I roll for that? He notices that Tarek is kind of just like not really
Managed to
dazed
shake
by
it
the
off.
stunning things, just shaking it off and is starting to like try to move himself off the blade. And with Teleki seeing this, once again, those eyes are gonna grow bright.
No.
That familiar burning feeling in the back of your head, Tarek. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Got this.
No, I don't. That's that's a 5 plus wisdom 9.
9.
Yeah.
Okay. As that happens, Tarek.
No.
Oh, the music stopped.
Oh no. Oh, a music change. Oh no, I hate that.
That
Oh.
burning sensation in the back of your head is just on fire. You can't ignore it any longer as you're trying to get yourself off this long sword from the vampire knight. You look over, you lock eye contact with the eyes, and this time you're not able to stave off the glow as the eyes flash bright. It takes over your entire field of vision. Almost like someone just shined a bright flashlight in your face, and you're stunned for a bit of a second. And when you're blinking a bit, and you look around, darkness.
Oh, not again.
You look down, and the sword you were holding onto is no longer there.
Oh no.
You're looking around. Your friends are not around you. You are not in snow. You don't feel anything. It is just black.
Did he just banish me?
Make a perception check, please.
Oh no. That's good. 18 plus perception. I don't know why I check it again.
Every time.
18. Every
18.
damn time.
You're looking around. Hello? Anyone? And as you're trying to like figure out what's going on, off in the distance behind you, you hear a king, king. No, just fighting and sounds. Look around you. There's a spotlight, maybe like 60 feet away from you, in this kind of big radius, probably like 100-foot radius around you, almost like the cylinder of a scene played off in this black darkness around you. And as you look over, you can see almost a piece of snow-like and ice terrain around you, with snowflakes falling amidst this cylinder of light. And as you kind of look over, you start to make your way towards it. Or do you?
I guess, yeah. I mean, if there's nothing else around me, I'll just cautiously start making my... Have I... Okay, very important question. Do I still have the hammer in my hand?
You don't.
Do I have any weapons on me at all?
You have your clothing, your long jacket, your armor.
All right.
No items whatsoever.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to slowly start making my way over. Cautiously. Just watching. Do I see what the source of the sound is?
As you make your way closer, the source of the sound is coming from this cylinder of light.
Mm-hmm.
And you can sort of, as you get closer, make out a fight scene going on, a battle between two figures and one. And as you get closer, you can see scrapes, blood, wounds, ripped out material, big, huge rocky mounds, blood spilt on the snowy floor, two sets of horns from behind you, one blue-skinned, one looking very similar to you, Tarek. As you look forward and as you get closer, it's kind of blurry for a minute, and as you get closer, your vision starts to focus as this other being in this snowy metal armor puts down Farrell, puts a foot on the neck. You have to choose. Choose now. And you're just looking down as this person's back's towards.
What does this figure look like?
Right now you're seeing the back of them as this big metal silvery foot is on the neck of Farrell. As you, a version of you, is also on the ground with their back down, looking up. No, please, no. Don't take her, don't take her. And you're trying to figure out who this person is, where this is happening. And as you look down, your glaive is in your hand. You look down and there's snow underneath your feet. You look up and you are now in the POV of the Tarek on the snowy floor. You look around you and snow is just falling all over. Comrades, your friends, Mr. Fiend and Aarakocra high in the sky, fighting off enemies.
No.
You look up at Farrell, who's looking at you, blood coming out of the corner of their mouth. The person turns towards you. It's the Prince of Frost with the sword at her neck. You are being forced to relive your most pained memories, your most shocking shortcomings.
Shit.
As the Prince of
the
Frost
other way around this time
brings that memory, switching places. Where in the original moment this happened, it was his foot on your neck and Farrell having to make a decision. Now, you have to make the decision. The sword pointed at Farrell's neck. Choose. You can see at the Prince of Frost all these battle wounds and metal plate from that shining ice-like armor from a heavy battle that's been fought. But it's just looking down at you saying, choose.
Take me instead. Let her go. It's between you and me.
As you say that, we come back to the fight. As you, Tarek, are incapacitated for 1 whole minute.
That's only like 10 rounds.
Yeah, that was like, you're right, that's 10 rounds. Thanks, Griffin.
So what, to everyone else, am I just out?
Yeah, you're in a K-hole.
To
everyone else, I just fall over.
Yeah, you stay there, and you start to come off of the sword. And as soon as you look back,
so to everyone else, I'm dead. As far as everyone else is concerned.
If anyone else could see you right now, which they can't. Toon is stunned, concerned with Ilya. Beryl is on the ground, blocked by
Oh no!
a rock. Fiend and Ramira are in between these two big chunks of crystal. So no one actually... The only person that would be able to see you fall down is Toon, but he's just not even there, so he wouldn't be able to falling down.
Well, I've got a lot of HP, guys. I'll be fine.
Well, I guess Fiend could kind of see you down from this direction if he was looking down there.
But is he, though? Is he looking in that direction?
Not even a little.
No.
Not even a little.
He was concerned with some vampire spawn he just took out.
Hey Ben. I want to know that Terex and Feral has not told him about that. So this is gonna be real awkward.
I know. But it's the decision.
I know.
Made.
But just
the
let me
decision.
know that this
You know,
is gonna be a
hey,
real
you know
awkward
when people always say you would have done it for me?
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
There you fucking go.
I'm just saying this is gonna be real awkward for them later.
Mm-hmm.
So, to break out of this incapacitated state, you will need somebody to shake you out of this stupor. Only then will you be able to make a roll to save to get out of being incapacitated.
Right.
You need someone to wake you up.
So to everyone else, I am lying on the ground, eyes closed.
To everyone else, you're
A
done.
hole
You're
in my chest
planking.
because of the sword.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yikes. Okay. Well, but I still have all my hit points that I currently have, right?
That is correct. You are just
Okay.
incapacitated. Your speed
Okay.
is 0. You cannot take any actions. If
Mhm.
someone goes to hit you, they'll have advantage. All that stuff. Okay.
Well,
So,
it's not my turn.
It is not your turn. That was its first attack.
No.
Oh no. Go on, finish me off.
Benjamin, I swear to
Okay.
God.
No,
That
he
was
resurrects all the vampires. They all come
Yeah.
They all
Oh.
fall down.
Oh,
The end.
yikes.
Oh my
Like-
God.
Just Night King, he just raises his arms. That's it.
Good night, everybody. That was my show.
Oh, the conversation's gonna be real awkward.
Yeah,
That's
he is
future
10
you,
feet in the
Paul.
air.
Yep.
He's still flying 10 feet in the air, so he can be able to see Ilya there.
Oh God.
And he is going to use his second attack to...
Griffin, thank you for your explanation.
no.
Like, hey, oh.
He's also going to lock eyes with Ilya and use its Psychic Assault, the same thing that he used on Toon. So she is going to have to make a intelligence saving throw.
All right, she's a smart cookie.
She's
He's
gonna
so
forget who I
smart.
am.
Very smart cookie.
This fight's
Do you
gonna
know
be
who I
wild.
am?
I'm the Juggernaut.
I'm the Juggernaut.
I'm the
I'm the
Juggernaut,
person-
bitch.
Fucking
Ilya,
Morning
that is
Star.
Unfortunately, she rolled a 5. So she failed.
God.
Fuck me.
God damn it.
So she's
Fucking
gonna
damn
take
it.
4d8 psychic damage and also suffer memory loss.
Oh my God.
I hope she gets tuned.
He's like,
At least they'll fight their hardest.
Yeah.
It'll be like
That
that
is
Spider-Man meme where they're both just pointing at each other like, who are you?
yeah.
So that's going to be 22 points of psychic damage.
Oh boy.
And they will also suffer some memory loss. Gonna roll a d4 for this. They rolled a 3. Suddenly, Ilya also looks up as that burning sensation is burning the back of their heads. They turn over. The red flashes take part, and as she's doing those lightning gauntlet hits to the vampire spawn to get off Feral, How do these work again? Suddenly, her memory of how to operate her suit starts to fade.
Oh,
She
yikes.
She forgets key aspects of fighting and has disadvantage on its first attack roll each turn.
Oh, big nope.
That's rough, buddy.
That's the oof.
Fuck.
So the
This
first
is an
attack
oof.
is at disadvantage.
God damn it.
All right. Put that on her. All right, so that will be the end of Teleki's turn. After that, we come to the group of vampire spawn that are right here. So these two still out of the range, not able to get any closer. They are going to make a beeline over here as they notice Tarek fallen to the ground,
Oh no.
unconscious,
Oh dear.
and see a snack waiting. And they're gonna
No.
Got a lot of hit points. I'm a juicy snack, guys.
Okay,
It's
It's
look.
fine.
Tarek can be a snack all he wants, but he's feral snack.
I ain't a snack. I'm a full-course meal. Let's go.
I thought we were fighting vampires, but there's a wolf in the mix.
Oh my god.
A she-wolf, maybe?
And they're
Like a
gonna
young cougar.
Here you go. Shakira.
Okay, that's it. No more wild chicken. That's it.
they're gonna make their way over to Tarek,
Oh
just
my
seeing a wound, like a wounded animal down, and as they are about to make their move, just crawling along the ground,
Oh, heaven.
about to make an attack, the floating figure, the purple skinned Teleki, looks down and goes, "Ah!" just yells at them, and they go, "Huh!" and they just kind of take a defensive stance around.
Fight me, cowards.
Ben,
After
now is
that.
not the time to taunt.
It's fine. He doesn't say that because he's incapacitated. It's
Yeah, because you're too busy treating other people Frost, our best friend.
yeah. Is where does the vision for me end with that?
I think you're probably just a loop, honestly.
Oh, it's like hell.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, does he respond to me or like, oh, or am I?
So these two got caught up in Ramira's turn undead, so they'll have to leave. This one will leave. We'll get opportunity attacks from Ilya and Feral.
Ooh, nice. That's nice.
So she'll make a hit with a gauntlet at disadvantage, though.
Oh, that sucks. But ooh. All right.
Still hits.
Nice.
Ilya. Ooh, full 8. So 11 points of thunder damage from Ilya. What did you get, Feral?
I rolled a 19 to hit, and I
That'll
rolled
hit.
seven damage.
7 damage.
7.
Heaven.
So that'll be 18 altogether. You said 7?
Yes.
7. So yeah, that'll be 18 altogether. From that one there. Calculating.
D&D game brought to you by Maths.
I know, right?
Okay.
Saf's just jamming to the music.
It's good music.
So taking those hits, one from the just with Ilya kind of dazed and forgetting how the armor works, this vampire spawn starts to move and just as a reaction, just backhands it in the back of the head as it tumbles forward, and Feral's able to just slice it with a sword hit in the thigh as it just starts to run away from the radius of the turn undead spell. And this one as well, backing out of that radius, you will get an opportunity attack on that one too.
Oh, nice. Okay. That is not gonna hit. That's a 3.
3 does not hit,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that's not gonna hit.
But with that out of the way, we come to Ramira, and Farrell, you're on deck. So Ramira, what'd you like to do?
Okay, so after that hailfire of everything happened and poured down, we're all like craziness. She's gonna lock eyes with Fiend again and bolt. And so here's my question, Kevin, because technically this is within 25 feet, but I would have to like ziggy-zag it all the way down, and I would get to here if I had to use all 30 feet. Can I still touch Toon from here? Because I know that that's diagonal, but technically this is 30 feet of movement.
No, if you're right next to him, you can certainly touch him. As long as the squares connect to each other, you're like pretty much right next to him.
Okay.
Very large.
Great.
Yeah,
A lot of surface area. Plenty of room.
So she's gonna look at Fiend, kind of like give him a knowing nod, and then whoosh, like bolts. Like, you know when you chase a dog and they stop for a second and they're that's exactly what she does, and she's gonna snap over here and take the opportunity attack.
Yeah, it'll opportunity attack, and if it hits, it'll grapple you once again.
Thank you for making the sacrifice.
That is a 13.
No.
Not even close, baby.
Not even. I was like, wait.
No.
You're like, wait.
I was confused at first. I was like, wait, do I have to roll? But no, my AC is all good.
No.
So yeah, as it goes over, just tries to grab you with one last ditch effort. You're able easily to just get out of there.
Awesome. She's gonna like run, slide on her knees, slap Toon on the back with a good old Greater Restoration, which is what I think he needs because I can end a curse or a charm.
Yes, that's correct.
I would like to have my memory back and not try to murder party members.
Awesome. So I slap him lovingly with a Greater Restoration, snap up to my feet, and then slam my arm the other way and call my spiritual weapon over to here. And I'm going to hit this guy.
All right, with advantage.
Awesome. We love to see it.
Johnny Cash hurt is just playing in Dean's head right now. Just Ilya ran away. Ramir ran away.
That's not as good. 17?
You can't even see me. I don't want to hear.
17 will miss.
Damn it. So yeah, there's nothing that happens there. So she like runs, kneels, slaps, and then swings, and then misses the swing. But that's it for me.
As you kind of baseball slide on both knees, but that touch, that words, the thing that you did, brain farting.
Greater Restoration.
Greater Restoration. There we go. I was like, ugh, word not coming to my head. As you slap on Greater Restoration, focusing the majority of your energy to snap Toon out of whatever the fuck is going on with this giant woolly mammoth. With your other hand, trying to control the spiritual weapon and just trying to hit the vampiric knight, but your focus is on Toon, so it kind of wobbles in the air and tries to hit it, but just does a big swing and a miss. But the majority of your energy, putting that healing radiant energy into Toon, who is no longer stunned. And all of a sudden, those murderous feelings about Ilya start to wither away as you suddenly come back to yourself, as that memory suddenly comes back to its true form of that horrific thing that happened to you, but it was not Ilya. This has all been that fucking dude up there, and you're pissed. You are mad AF.
Mad Mammoth.
Mad Mammoth. Mad Mamma Jamma.
Mad.
Get a toot from your trunk.
I wish I could make a good equivalent sound effect to that, but I can't. I was trying to earlier.
I like that you were like, I wish, because I was trying. Like,
but good job, Ramira. So, Toon, no longer stunned. You're back, friend. Anything else? You are muted.
That's it for me.
That's it for you. All right, Farrell.
okay.
So you're still prone. You got to use half your speed to get up, if that's what you choose to do.
Yes, I would like to get up.
Been down since round 1.
I'm aware. I decided to take one out of the yearbook, John.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Shout out. That story.
All right, yeah, I take half my movement speed to get up. I'm gonna come around this corner. Boop, boop, boop. Can I see what's happening from where I am now?
You will get an opportunity attack from this guy though.
That's fine.
But yeah, you see just Tarek
Fantastic.
slumped down on the ground, big, huge sword wound in his abdomen. But that vampire spawn will take an attack, swipe at you. 13 again. I think that'll miss.
That meets.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, so it hits.
So instead of hitting you, it is going to grapple you.
Nice.
As you run by it, it just grabs you by the arms once again and starts to try to drag you over to the other spawn.
Incredible.
Nice.
Your speed is 0.
Okay.
Or would you like to do anything else?
Still
got your actions.
I still have my action. Let me see. Hold on. So I can still see them where I am grappled, correct?
You can. Let me just see here.
Hey Ben, answer my question in the chat.
Yeah, I'll say you can just see Tarek.
Just see him? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Roll a perception check.
Roll a perception. Okay.
Just to see if because that boulder is kind of in your field
I
of view.
know. Let me see what my.
But I'll give you the chance of like the vampire grabbing you and you're kind of
Okay.
sort of getting out of its grasp that you could probably, take a look over there.
Perception. Okay, so. Okay. 22.
Yeah, you see him on the ground.
Okay. Fantastic. Great. Okay.
Love it.
I'm gonna use cast lightning right there in between all of them. I'm gonna use call lightning right there in the middle.
Cast lightning. Okay.
I'm gonna use the one I already have is my my call lightning already up, so I'm gonna hit right there in between all of them.
Okay, sounds good.
That wake Ben up.
What?
So that is a DC.
That is a good
15.
question, actually.
So they all hit? They're just gonna making saves?
Yeah, it's DC 15. I don't know
Alright,
how
so-
that's gonna work for Ben.
He'll fail. He's incapacitated.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I fail automatically.
I was gonna say I wasn't sure who's gonna roll,
But which kind of save is this again?
Dex.
Dex. Gotcha. Okay. And it's 15?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The knight fails.
Okay, good.
The 2 spawn. Success. And fail.
Okay.
2 fails, 1 success.
Okay. I will take those fails though. Okay, hold on. Okay. So those who fail take 30 damage.
30?
Yes.
All right.
That includes
Very
him.
much.
You're welcome.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
30 damage. Okay.
Did you say that includes Tarek?
It does.
We're just dunking on allies today.
Quick question, not to make
Might
it worse.
work.
Since I'm incapacitated, doesn't that mean it automatically crits as well? Or is that another thing?
It does.
That's a melee attack, I believe.
I was say I don't know about.
True.
Oh.
Melee
Yeah.
attack made within 5 feet of the target.
Oh yeah, I know it's a saving throw as well, so I can't crit.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
So you take 30.
Are you
Sorry, I thought about
asking
that,
to
I
be?
went,
I was about to say, God damn.
No, I just
I-
remembered. Okay.
Life
I
is good. It's worth
appreciate that.
living.
And his honesty.
I would rather call it out myself than have someone else call it
That's
out.
also really fair, though.
That's why we are such a good fucking group together. Okay, so.
And it's fine because, if I do these now, maybe Kevin will take mercy on me later. We'll see. Hey, Kevin, remember that one time I corrected that rule even though it was bad for me? It would have been better.
Oh my god.
Remember that?
So
right? That's fine.
With,
fine, right?
with that,
So how much damage is that again? Sorry, I'm just
30, and then half on a success. So 15 on that one who saved.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So the call lightning hits.
Mhm.
Again, the clouds gather above them. You're being grappled once again by vampire spawn, trying to reach out to Tarek. No! Just a big, loud, just exhaustive yell out of your mouth comes out. Once again, a huge, thunderous down and around Tarek and all those vampire spawn, and the vampire knight itself is stunned in place. Even if it might not have been intentional, you probably didn't mean to hit Tarek, but just that last ditch effort, just like, wake up! And as his body kind of just gets rolled over to the side, you see his hands start to move, and he is no longer incapacitated.
Thank
Ooh,
God.
thank
Okay.
you.
Oh no! Hold on. I think.
Oh,
you still
no.
make a throw. Just making sure.
Yeah, didn't you say I needed to make a save once someone tried to wake me out?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah. So you got to repeat. You can repeat the saving throw from. Yeah. So repeat the wisdom saving throw to see if you are no longer incapacitated.
I like that Farrell said, no, let me not gently coerce you to consciousness. She
I
said,
am currently being grappled.
12.
Benjamin, what happened to all your
The-
20s?
I used them
The
all up at the
lightning
beginning.
bolt hit Tarek. Rolls. Does not seem to wake up.
I see that out of the corner of my eye now. Like,
I'm like, fiend?
when did the vampire learn call lightning?
Farrell from around the corner. No, fiend! Just as I'm being grappled, fighting with this stupid vampire, trying to get it off of me. And I will end my turn there as I'm grappled with this vampire again.
All right. So as that happens, Ilya is up.
Poor thing.
And is just kind of confused by the armor, and it's just like a part of them, and all of a sudden it's just a stranger and is not quite sure what to do next. Just kind of looking around, just a little bit dazed. Let's see, what can we do here? How's everyone looking for health right now?
58.
30.
76.
Do you want some
71.
healing? Do you need healing, Farrell?
No,
You're okay?
I should be good.
Okay. It's gonna
That's a good DM right there. That's a real good DM right there.
I should be
Gotta-
good, thank
You
you.
want my NPC to heal you?
Wait, you want my NPC to heal you? Just
Be
make
careful. The last NPC to heal a PC got killed.
It's gonna come out here and see Tarek on the floor, incapacitated, smoking from the recent thunderbolt that just hit him.
He'll forgive me.
Sees Ramira with Toon, looks back
He
with
doesn't have to
Fiend,
know.
that vampire spawn. He's looking over between Farrell. Or Farrell's kind of blocked by the rock. Can't really see. So I think the only person she sees is Tarek.
That's fine.
Knowing what she knows, she's not going to bother with Tarek for the moment and is going to hit the knight. And she is going to she's going to look at the knight who's just kind of frozen in place, holding the longsword, still just kind of dazed and looking around, the armor shining in the moonlight, or whatever bits of moonlight can kind of shine down from the darkened skies from your call lightning. But looks over at the knight, sees Tarek incapacitated. heavy metal steampunk footfalls come towards the vampire knight. Grabs both of the shoulder blades and isn't even sure how to really do this, but just thinks it. Dodge this.
Oh shit!
A huge lightning bolt spell, the last of the 3rd level spell slots, is going to just hit this fool at point blank range. And because they're stunned, I believe the save will be disadvantaged.
Automatically failed.
Automatic fail, that's right. So this sucker's
Yeah,
gonna
girl!
take 8d6
That's your woman.
thunder damage.
That's that whoa man.
That's your
Whoa man. Is it whoa man? Wait, lightning bolt.
There ain't no disadvantage on spells, so
Would commit arson for her. Ooh, that sound of dice rolling though.
So
Not
Ten out
great
of 10
numbers,
would
but
kill a vampire.
Makes me happy when it's on our side.
29 points of thunder damage
Ooh.
to the knight.
How's he looking?
He's fine.
God damn.
He's barely been hit this whole time.
I hit him for 30.
What are you? Am I a joke to you, Kevin?
Am I joking? Yes.
This fucker's got like 235 health.
He hasn't been hit that much, and you've been seeing his wounds close
Yeah,
up
I was gonna say
at the start of all of his turns.
he keeps healing. I
So
don't know how much he's regaining. Or if it's
shoots that lightning bolt spell point blank right into the vampire knight as an action. As a bonus action, still got that up. Still got that up. Yeah, that'll be the end of their move. So with that, we come back to full circle with Toon. No
Beautiful.
longer stunned. Memory back to its
Do it.
regular speed. What would you like to do?
So I'm going to turn my attention away from Ilya, who I no longer want to commit murder against, and back towards the people I do want to commit murder against. The 2 vampires spawn right in front of me, and to Lucky as well.
Yeah,
I
he was
can,
10 feet in the air.
yeah,
Circular.
child's play. I'm 7 feet tall, and gonna cast a spell at any rate. So I will do a cone of cold if I can catch all 3 of them in it. It's got a 60-foot range,
Nice.
and it's conular, so I have a feeling that that'll get them. And
that'll
then, perfect. From where I'm at, I can't really wait. Can I see Tarek at all, or is he sort of obscured from me?
From where you are,
He's
yeah,
like
you can see
right.
him.
He's like right over there.
You can see him just passed out on the floor with a giant gaping sword wound in him.
Wow, that's lovely. He might need a word of healing after I cast this spell, but yeah, I will focus first on doing my cone of cold, one of my last ones, because I'm using up all these high-level spell slots. Calling forth just hungering winds of the north, take what is yours, and then do the cold things to them.
Do the cold things to them.
Brr.
Burr, cold.
17 plus 12, 15, 18. 17 plus 18 for 32. And a constitution save will have that.
32 points of damage. Okay, the vampire spawn. 32, you said. Okay. That one's dead. Okay, that one's severely wounded. And then we get to Teleki, who has got shit. 32, you said. Yeah.
Griffin, what's your HP like?
Mine's looking good. I'm at 76.
Okay.
Math, doing the math, doing the math, boom, 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 math, doing the math, doing the math. So you do that cone of cold, say those words, and the snow around you just whips up once again, right in front of those two vampires spawn. One of them just gets wrecked and eviscerated from the cold wind that just tears its undead body apart. The other one almost does a semi-backflip as it hits from that burst. The Teleki, the vampire in the sky, also gets a big shot of it. Puts its arms up, and you see its orange or its purple skin starting to become lighter in color and cracking, and it's taking heavy damage from that hit as they all failed their saves.
Ooh, damn!
Wonderful.
Let's go tune.
And then I will just also bonus action healing word onto Tarek because he looks rough and he was struck by lightning. That's not fun. So I'll give him.
I don't know what you're talking about. He won't remember it.
And then end my turn.
He won't remember it. Fine.
Tarek, roll an intelligence saving throw, please.
How much HP was that back, by the way?
8.
8.
Oh, sorry, a wisdom saving throw. My pal.
Intelligence I'll be okay with. But...
No, Ben.
Natural 1. Oh my god.
Nice.
Solid.
Out of those deep, brooding words under your breath, again, that green sort of radiant energy floats over to Tarek from your mouth on the ground. Just kind of like glittery sort of dust just hits him, but he's just doesn't move. Just wobbles a little bit on the ground.
He might be dead.
He might.
That's not what we want to hear, dude.
What? Who's dead?
All right, and after tune, we got the Vamp Knight and some Spawn. So let's see
I am so sick of this Vamp Knight.
if he can get out of his intelligence throw. It was like 19, 2. He's still
Ha!
does not move.
Fantastic. That's what we needed to hear.
Okay, then who is left here? This guy here, who is also stunned, fails as well.
We're fine with
So
this.
he is there, just still wobbling around as he just got hit from that huge blast of cold. Just slowly coming back up, but is just slumped over on the ground, barely moving. After that, Tarek and Fiend. Tarek, I'll have you make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I just get to make another one?
You get one at the end of your turn, but your friends can try to shake you out of it earlier.
18?
18. For those of you that could see,
Oh, thank God. Thank heaven.
he suddenly breath comes back into
I want to
Tarek's
know how that vision
He's not
ended.
dead.
Honestly, Ben, I think you were on a loop.
Was it? Was it just a loop?
That moment just kept happening over.
Fantastic.
Tune, I appreciate the update.
As
He's
soon
not
as,
dead.
as soon as you said those words, Tarek, the whole thing went. You were back into blackness. Looked down your hands, looked behind you, saw the scene,
Yeah.
went back, and it just rotated.
Oh my God. Suck. That moment sucked for me, the roleplay. That was like,
Yeah. Oh, it's... Yeah. Yeah.
I'm in trouble, aren't I, Ben?
I think we're both in trouble.
The
But then
conversation-
you are no longer incapacitated.
Feral's not
Cool.
really-
But that will be at the
That's the end of my turn.
turn.
Yep.
But you are up once again.
Hey guys, I'm alive. Oh, there's a knight above me.
I would riot. Not gonna lie.
But after that, we come to Fiend.
Cool. Fiend looks at the vampire that already used his opportunity action. Stay there, I'll be right back. And moves over here. It starts walking, turns the corner, old Western style.
Oh my god.
This light green energy from his eyes, and he steps forward, stomps, and these omega beams fly from his eyes. And he screams, "Disintegrate!" As it heads directly towards Ilya, and right as it gets to her back, it just arcs upwards and around her, and nails the knight, who will automatically fail this save because it is a dexterity save and he is stunned.
Yes.
Yeah.
I spend a sorcery point to empower the spell.
Oh shit. Here we go.
I'm so excited.
That's a lot of damage.
That would be 47 plus 40 damage. So that is 87 force damage. If it brings the creature to 0, he is instantly disintegrated.
The rest of you hear those oh so familiar words from Mr. Fiend. Disintegrate! These bright green beams start flickering all around, going in strange directions, up, side, all over. It looks like it's gonna hit Ilya's back, but then turns out for the last minute, swerves around. The knight, having just been in a stunned sort of status, looking around, suddenly not stunned anymore, as it sees Tarek on the ground.
Oh no.
As soon as it reaches its hands out, bits of the skin crumple into dust like solid ash, just hitting the wind, parts of its armor. It is dead.
Oh, so Tarek is now waking up to being covered in dust. That's nice.
Undead vampiric
Yes.
dust just falls all over Tarek, with the bits of the
that's
clanging
nasty.
vampiric armor falling onto the ground.
Thank you, Fiend.
Fiend looks up to Teleki. I let you live. You got away with being banished 60 seconds of misery. And you have all of this. Isn't it always better to have friends than enemies? You don't have to die here, Teleki.
Looks around and sees that vampire is smoke. This is what I was made for.
I tried to mute myself.
As bits of the ash goes into Tarek's mouth, just kind of making these guttural throw up noises on the ground.
This isn't an all or nothing thing. You can come out on top. You, not them. They're dead. They're mine.
Make a persuasion roll.
That is going to be 14 plus 5, 19. I'm a
See if you
charisma boy.
hear those words. And he's just kind of lost in thought. don't really get a sense if your words hit him at all. You don't get a sense that they didn't reach him. But he is currently just kind of floating there, looking around. And is just kind of in a general sense of confusion and disassociatedness.
Think about it. I'd say you have about 6 seconds. That's how long. And he walks back over to the vampire that he left.
Just as you go back to the vampire spawn, his just like legs are burned as a crisp, just crawls over to you. Coming back for a meal. We will.
That is the end of my turn.
That is the end of your turn. Good fucking turn. Up next, that vampire spawn is gone. And we're left with
Total side note, but in Skyrim, vampire dust is like a potion component, and it turns you invisible if you taste it.
Are you saying we should gather the vampire dust? Like, just out of
Only if you want to
curiosity.
make invisibility potions.
Okay, but like, how do we know that will work? Is Toon gonna be the first to try that? Because like, I don't want it down.
I think Tarek already tried it, whether he wants to say he did or not.
But that wasn't a potion. That was just flesh. Like.
so this vampire will have a throw of a turn as Fiend as you just come towards it. They're just making some swipes at you. You're just like, yeah, stupid thing. You're just kind of kicking it with your shoe, making its last moments of life just unbearable. Then all of a sudden, just it just leaps at you unexpectedly. Oh shit!
They got him behind a rock and nobody saw that.
Natural 18
Fuck.
plus 6. It hits you. It grabs you. It's gonna try and bite you.
Imagine.
Barely hit me.
I like the fact
fucking
it grabbed your leg.
imagine if this fucking killed him.
It's an ankle biter.
Oh, I have way too much.
Literally. So the bite is 14 plus 6, so that'll hit you as well.
Sean, it's
14
an
plus
ankle
6, I shield.
The
Bringing
bite
my
you shield,
Yep, bringing my AC to 23.
or the first one you shield.
No,
There's
the
the
first
claw
one.
attack to grab you, and then there's the bite to get you.
So the claw attack was a 24. I can't beat that even with
Gotcha.
the shield. So
But
the
the
second
bite you-
attack, 20, I'll shield.
Yeah, so it kind of like unexpectedly just kind of grabs down. You're like, on your leg. And you just like shield spells. You put this thick blue sort of metallic armor piece onto your shin as it goes, and it just like recoils in pain as some of its teeth just gets broken on your shield spell. Off!
It's an ankle biter.
Off
If
of
any-
me.
If anyone could have seen this, you just see Fiend go from his coolest, awesomest state to his lowest, fumbling, fullest state. Yeah. What do you got for me? I just did a disintegrator. Oh god!
King of Fear.
It's a good thing we can't see you. Okay.
It's like an alligator. Holy
I
mother, it's sea dragons.
Ramira can actually.
I was so
do
you're
this.
at an angle you can't see. Yes.
But I've also seen him like this many times, so she's
True.
just like, oh my god.
Like, oh my god, again?
Get together.
I thought you were the king of fear.
What did I tell you about letting your guard down for small things?
After that, we come to Teleki.
Oh my god.
Let it go, Teleki.
He is lost in thought currently.
Jimmy Buffett plays in his dissociative state.
Oh my god.
Seeing everyone around him, seeing his vampire knight fall, seeing what's left. Teleki slowly rises up, levitating further into Skye. And he starts to move away from the group.
Fiend
spell.
will remember that.
He went up a few feet and then over.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you said that to him, it would have come up and said, Tarek did not like that. Tarek
Yeah,
disliked that.
I also don't like this.
I think it came up with
like
everyone's.
multiple of his crew just go.
I am busy being grappled.
Guy needs to.
Also, who the hell says I was telling the truth?
Shh, John.
Lightning bolt's got a really long range.
John, shush. Because I still have mine up too. Shush.
But as you see that from that Cone of Cold spell, that hit Teleki from that huge blast of his chest as he turns around, you just see that the wound starts to close up from the icy burn of the Cone of Cold. But as that happens, and he starts to move away, we come to the last group of vampires spawn. So you are currently still grappled, Ramira. So this will take a bite on you.
Wait, I'm not grappled.
I'm
sorry.
grappled.
Oh,
Feral.
okay.
My bad. That'll miss.
Great.
But it'll take a claw attack against you. Natural 17, that will hit.
Yes, it will.
It will take 2d4 slashing.
Awesome.
So that's 5, 11 points of slashing damage from that spawn.
11.
11.
Okay.
This one comes over, sees that you're grappled.
Okay, look. Just because one of you is hitting me doesn't mean you have to gang up.
That is a miss on the bite. That's an unnatural 20 with claw, so 2d4 again. So that's 11 points of slashing again.
Amazing.
And these two with Tarek now up, waking up, these two will make attacks on you, Tarek.
I'm still prone, aren't I?
You are. You're
Oh,
on the
no.
ground and you woke up, but you have not gone up yet. So this will be
no.
advantage.
I haven't had a turn.
But
how's that
funny
been?
enough, the first hit will miss with advantage.
Oh my god.
The second one, though, is a natural 20.
Oh!
Oh no. Oh, that's not good.
It's a natural 20 where the damage is 2d4. I mean, how
I mean,
crazy.
true, but
Um,
at least, well, the other one did miss. Okay.
but it will, instead of hitting you, actually, you know what? No, it'll grapple you, so the other one can take a bite from you. So this one will be a 18 plus 6, that'll hit.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll bite you.
Ow.
You 2d6 necrotic, putting down your max HP. That is 6 points of necrotic,
6.
as this one is going to gain some health. Okay. Then after that, I think that's all they can do. Yep, we come to Ramira and Feral.
Okay. I am going to say exactly where I am, and what is it called? I'm going to turn back now that I've been facing Toon, turn back straight down the barrel, do a hand flourish, and pop out Sacred Flame
Nice.
on this guy right here. They have to make a dex save of 17 or higher.
Okay. Dex save. That is going to be 18.
Damn it. Okay, so they don't take anything, and that's okay. And as that, like, they dodge out of the way, she flicks her hand and brings her weapon over. And smacks them.
Bonk!
Bonk.
Bonk him.
That is a sweet 25.
25.
Yeah.
So as this spawn is kind of drinking Tarek's blood on the ground, as they start to climb over him, start to crowd him up, as he's just waking up, not able to really fend them off. You try to do the sacred flame, but just as it ducks down to take a bite at a Tarek, it misses. You call over the spiritual weapon, just like Gallagher, just a bunch of blood and brain sinew also hits Tarek from the other side, getting hit
Sorry.
from the Vampire Knight, but smack, just a giant, just hammering into that vampire's brains.
Moisturizer.
Dead.
Why is it pick on Tarek Day today?
Maybe don't lie down so much.
You think I chose to be down here?
Can't talk, fighting. And she whips the weapon out another way, and that's it for me.
All right. So Farrell, we come to you, grappled currently from one vampire spawn, another one digging back into your neck once more.
I'm so tired of being grappled.
Tell me about it.
What? Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm all the way over here. Being grappled. Right. How are they looking?
How are they looking? They're looking actually pretty good. They haven't been hit that much this round, in the last couple rounds.
Okay. Okay, so since I'm pretty low on health, I'm just gonna use Cure Wounds on myself at the second level.
Okay.
I am at eight hit points.
Oh.
I thought you said you were good last time.
I was, and then I took damage.
You got
That is
hit
fair.
from
I was, and then I wasn't.
I was good, and then I was not. Alright. Fantastic. Okay. Currently, I believe that's all I can do because I am still being grappled, and that was my action. Yeah.
Okay, so out of being grappled again, the life draining from your neck, just like, oh God, why? Just like, leave me alone. But you see Tarek stirring and moving off in the distance.
At least he's up. Like,
At least I'm not dead.
at least he's not dead. That is literally Farrell's entire mind is at least he's not dead.
At least he's
Exactly.
not dead. It's
At least
fine.
he's not dead. And that sort of important moment in your mind just slowly passes away. It's like, okay, he's fine. Just gotta focus myself.
And once again, I'm grappled.
Just keep yourself up. Keep yourself active as your vision starts to blur again, like you might pass out from all the blood that's been drained out of you. You just gotta keep yourself up. Keep yourself up. Almost like a magical defibrillator. Just get yourself.
That's basically what I am at the moment.
Okay. Then after you, we come to Ilya, who took a big hit with the Vampire Knight. Sees that Tarek is currently grappled by this guy.
Wait, I'm. Oh yeah, no, I am. Huh.
Yeah, because he grappled you and put you on the ground.
Farrell's just glad you're alive.
I'm gonna come over here and try to hit this guy. Yeah, it's gonna try to hit him.
We
You'll
just have 5 of these things. And obviously, but God.
She'll have disadvantage on this because of the memory. But she's gonna try it anyway as she kind of sees Tarek being grappled, and that spiritual weapon just hammers that vampire's brains right into the ground. And it's like just trying to I can do this. She knows who she is. She knows all of you. Just like something's not connecting your brain to make sure her armor works the way that she wants it to. but she's just thinking things and hoping that the armor knows what she's trying to accomplish, that she runs over to the vampire that has Tarek on the ground, just puts the hand out and says, "Get away from him!" and just closes the eyes and just hopes that this hits. She's gonna cast Firebolt, point blank range. And that'll hit. And this is gonna be 3d10. 21 points of fire damage, point blank range. Halves down that sucker as Ilya just goes falls down onto the ground. You are no longer grappled. Tarek. Woo. As Ilya kind of sees you on the ground, like, you doing okay, dude?
I've been better.
What's on your face there?
I don't want to know.
No problem, I got your back. And just kind of looks around and kind of
Wipes
takes a
it off,
defensive stance around
smearing whatever it is. Ugh.
you. All right. How are you looking, Tarek? Are you pretty okay?
I've been better, but I'm fine.
Okay.
I
What's your
probably have more hit points than some of these guys' maximum still, so I'm alright.
What's your hit point?
60
Oh,
out of 111.
yeah.
So I'm fine. They need it more than I do.
And as Ilya can see Farrell also in her line of sight,
I do have a massive hole in my chest, though. That is a thing. That's fine, though.
it's like, but you're good.
It's
Sees
with a flesh wound.
Farrell getting just surrounded by his vampire spawn, drinking from the neck. She goes, Diddy, no! And as she kind of reaches out with her other gauntlet, the suit just instinctively seems to know what to do. And as a bonus action, we'll cast Sanctuary on Farrell as this dart just flies out from the palm of their iron gauntlet. This panel just opens up, ting, hits you right in the chest. And this liquid kind of starts to infuse into you, this bright neon blue and pink swirling goes into you like, ah, what the fuck? And you just get like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm sorry, idiot. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. And then as that happens, though, this smell starts to emanate off of you, almost like burning sort of incense or sage from inside of a church. And the vampires who have you currently are going, and just start to recoil in disgust from this scent. They can no longer attack you. They have to take their attack onto somebody else.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, Ilya.
I don't know how I did that. I'm sorry.
Bye, thanks.
So as that happens, we come back to the top of the round with Toon.
Let's go, Toon.
All right. So it looks as if Teleki's leaving, like he's just gonna go away.
He's currently, after having that talk, seeing everything around him kind of dissipate, destroyed, sort of confused. You remember earlier him saying, what should I call myself? Like, still, whatever this new form is seems to still getting used to it. It's a confusing sort of situation, but at the moment he is floated up a bit and is turned away and is getting out of there.
Okay.
It's up to you to make the decision what you'd like to do.
The whole thing is, the whole reason we did this was to kill the vampires, and the vampires are a thing where if there's one, they're gonna make more. So, in my brain, he can't leave. Nobody can leave. All the dead guys gotta die. So, with that
Does that make sense?
mindset,
Welcome
knowing-
to Ethics with Toon. 101
Ethics with Toon.
ethics and logic.
Not gonna
I
lie.
One of them is alive.
I bought us a
Gotta
turn.
kill.
Not gonna lie. I would watch Ethics with Toon on the daily.
So I don't want him to fly away from us. I have a faster fly speed than the spell fly if I turn into a giant eagle. So I'm gonna just turn to Mr. Fiend and lock eyes with him and just, King of Fear, I believe you have terror to sow. And I'm gonna turn into a giant eagle and fly over to him and let him hop on.
Oh, what?
Yes!
Flying with the wings of an eagle.
The bros.
Exactly.
The bros of fear.
Lightning
The
bolting
fear
from an
bros.
eagle.
The fear bros.
We're just the fear bros.
Yeah,
So, Toon, I will give you. Oh, no, that's a shit.
we're like hot heat miser and frost miser.
Exactly.
So, Toon, I will give you a giant eagle, you said?
Yeah, giant eagle, which I know it's got trash stats, but it's size large, so I should be able to carry him on my back, and it's got a fly speed of 80 feet.
Name a better duo. You can't.
Changed my mind.
Change my mind. You can't.
So, Toon, this giant eagle token is now you.
Nice.
Rumir is just like,
you
oh
would-
god.
Move it over towards Fiend.
Yeah.
So you got control of it. So move away.
There we go.
Shit, just like grab him with your talons by the shoulder.
Yeah?
Yeah, fucking do it.
Can I do that? Just
Yeah, that makes more sense than him being able to like move and kind of act that way.
okay. I hope I have your consent.
Yep, it's like
Perfect.
Abraham Lincoln in that epic rap battle history.
Yes.
There you go.
Eagle!
Okay. So I have 80 feet of movement, so I'll basically fly that's what, 5, 10, 15, 20, like 20 feet there, and then I'll start in pursuit of Teleki so he doesn't get away. So,
All right. So you moved 20 feet there.
yeah. And then
And then
from there,
You want to move 80 feet?
I don't-
Right next to him?
no, I want to be in pursuit of him. I don't want to be in range of him. But like, so
I get you.
I'll basically pick up Mr. Fiend, and then I'm just gonna like start to ascend like into the air. So I'll probably just move like this way slightly, but then up into the sky and start gaining altitude.
Okay. So with you grasping Fiend in your talons, you just kind of swoop over and start to ascend up in the sky with Fiend kind of on your shoulders. I don't know. This guy, he took an opportunity attack already.
Also, everybody loses 6 hit points. I'm sorry. I'm a bird now. I'm not focusing on giving you health.
Oh, those.
I just like-
big-
I'm-
I already lost those temporary hit points.
yeah, yeah.
I just like that. I'm a bird now. I hope you understand. I'm a bird now.
Yeah.
I'm a bird.
All
Wow,
right,
wow,
so
wow.
you're lifting up Fiend into the air, coming around the corner there. Was there anything else you'd like to do?
No, just try and look as majestic as possible. That's the modus operandi.
Roll a performance check.
Done. That's a 1.
Oh my god, no.
So I'm not looking particularly
The
majestic.
change that you go through from being a giant woolly mammoth into a bird is like uncomfortable and you don't have like
You're
many feathers. A lot of your skin is kind of showing.
Why
It's
does
like
it have
part of your,
tusks?
Part of your
God.
and your big huge
Flapping your wings
part
around.
mammoth, part eagle. It's just and then eventually changes into an eagle as you go to pick up Fiend.
Perfect.
It is this abomination comes towards you. It's, ah, ah! I thought I was the king. Oh God, what is this? It's me.
What's me?
The change is not working. All right. After that lovely display, Vamp Knight is dead. This guy will roll to see if he is still stunned. Natural 20, no longer stunned. he is now coming to as you kind of see that dazed look of that vampire spawn start to focus, and his movements become more accurate and more objectified, and just looks around and starts to see what's going on around him. After him, it is Tarek and Fiend.
Oh boy. All right. I guess. First of
So
all,
you're
let
no
me
longer
stand
grappled.
up.
But yeah, you're gonna stand up, half the movement.
Stand up. I guess best thing to do is just start whacking.
Yeah, this guy
Thing.
took a pretty good hit.
Yeah. I'm gonna give him a whacking with the hammer. That is a 17 plus 7 to hit.
That'll hit.
Bonk. 9. Oh, and a 12. Wow. So 21 points of DiMaggio.
21.
Mm-hmm.
Hitting with the glaive or the hammer?
A hammer.
Hammer. As you see these kind of coming to and finally getting up from the vampiric sort of wounds in your neck from just getting beat up generally from your party members and from the vampire spawn.
Big hole in my chest.
Big hole in your chest. Got the hammer in hand. You see these scorching marks on this vampire spawn right next to you with this smoke cindering up from the bubbly skin on its flesh. You look over to it. Back to swinging. Gallagher. Head explodes. It is done.
I do technically still have a second attack, but can't really.
Throw the hammer.
If I do, it doesn't come back. Yeah, sure. I'll turn around. I'll throw it instinctively at this one. Just here, this one as well.
Glad to see you're back, duty. And then after that happens, throw the hammer at this dude.
Skadoosh. Yep. Let's see. Ha! It's only a 14 to hit.
14 will just miss as you go throw it at it, but that wound in your solar plex is still stinging. So you just, shit! Just hurts a lot more than you thought it did. Now that you're
Lands on the ground in front of him.
Your mind is coming back to normal, but unfortunately does not hit. So put your little hammer token. Right
Oh, it's over there. I thought like.
I'm putting her in. I'm putting her.
Ah, there.
Anything else?
Just because it's funny, I'm just gonna yell over to the vampire and just be like, yeah, try and go and pick that thing up. That'll be funny. It's a really good hammer. You should really try and pick that thing up.
After that, we come to Fiend being grasped and now a fully formed giant eagle with the talons on your shoulders going, just in the
Are we
air.
good? You're stable now?
How many feet in the air are you right now?
Fantastic. It didn't sound like an elephant this time, so we must be good. Mr. Fiend puts his hands like a Gundam, like directly in front of him, just and starts charging his laser. He shoots a lightning bolt 100-foot line that cuts down Taleki.
Right.
That's going to be a dexterity saving throw from him, and I'll spend a sorcery point to empower the spell.
He will use... Actually, no, he can't do that. Yeah, nope.
Oh.
No more legendary actions. Mister, it's the end of the line.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This is just so fucking good. 6.
The image of Fiend and the giant eagle makes me overjoyed.
36. 50. Holy shit. Oh my god. If you're play a sorcerer, this is a public service announcement, and you don't get empowered spell, you're playing the game wrong. That is going to be 50 lightning damage on a failed dexterity saving throw. DC 18.
Nice.
Nice.
50.
Oh no.
Just so you know, my fly speed is better, and I didn't have to cast a spell for this.
Shit.
I got a tune.
Okay.
Would you say you have to attune?
Yeah, I got a tune.
Oh
to
my
A
god.
tunable companion.
This is this is like prehistoric Mandalorian jetpack.
As Teleki is trying to float out of the way, out of the fight, the eagle picking him up. Final flame! Put the hands together to emit the most powerful lightning bolt you have all seen. This giant shining light that can be seen for miles and miles erupts out of Fiend's hands. And as Teleki is floating in the air, hits out of the air, slams to the ground, and spits forward a few feet. He is knocked out of the air.
Woo! Let's get him, Tune.
Good. He is looking rough.
That is the end of my turn.
Rough. Okay, good fucking turn. After that, we come to some more spawn who are barely.
We're safe from them now.
Why?
Mr. Fiend.
Come at me, bro.
Why has nobody killed this poor
I'll
spawn?
take care of that. Just give me a moment. I'm
I was
gonna
about to
do
say,
it.
just give us a second. Stop grappling us, Kevin. Then we won't have an issue.
Stop hugging us so much, and maybe we
We love you, Kevin, but we don't want all these hugs from these creatures.
want to hug you, not the creature.
Exactly.
You know what? Was there any points?
How about no?
Don't you run, you bastard!
about
I will
no?
mall cop your ass.
I need this in my life for reasons.
Yeah.
See, this fight could have been avoided if Griffin was still the DM.
Yeah, would have been a Hugfest dance party
Yeah, right?
Hell yeah.
with margaritas.
Ketamine, so.
Eric wouldn't have had to relive some spicy memories, as we call them.
But they're not yours.
Well, they are
This
now.
one is making a beeline
Issue.
out of the
Ah,
area
you really about to make me run
Rolling.
out.
What?
with its legs. It's so fucked up. It can't survive trying to get to you guys, and that's its last ditch ever is trying to survive right now. So it is just making a break for it,
Heck.
crawling on the ground with its singed legs.
Don't you run from me, Benny! If you know what that's from, I'll love you forever.
Why are you running?
Don't you close that door?
And then okay, and yeah, it is Teleki's turn as he's on the ground, hit from the air. What is he have left? Yeah, it can hit out of the air. As he gets up, that big lightning bolt that hit him from the back to the front as he gets up starts to close once again as he heals up at the start of his turn.
Goddamn vampire.
Looks out at all of you
Vampires.
and is going to continue trying to get away. He runs this part off the map with his holding his wound in his hands, blood kind of pouring out of them. He just starts to sink away, a blood trail following behind him. After that, we come to the vampire spawn around Feral, who I believe still have you grappled, but the sanctuary spell is now on you,
Yes.
so they are going to have to make a wisdom save to see if they hit you or not. Well, let's see. Fail. Fail. They let you go.
Bet.
As you're just, this smell that's coming off of you, they just can't stand it. It just burns their nostrils.
Stinky.
But their hunger is still ravenous as they look over to Tarek and Ilya. But seeing that their master is leaving, their other vampire spawn is leaving, they are also going to make a run for it.
Cowards.
You will get an opportunity attack, actually, no,
And
to see if you can stop them from moving, at least to one of them. Or does it work twice? No, use your reaction once, yeah. So one of them you can hit.
once. Okay. I guess I what am I doing? That is a 17. 15.
17? That'll hit. Roll damage.
That's only 5 damage.
5 damage. Well, you stopped its speed from moving.
Oh, okay.
As the speed becomes 0 when you hit it.
Oh, yeah.
But this one will make a break for it as the other one kind of drops. He goes, yeah, starts to get out of there. You get your sword, just slash it on the back. It just falls forward. But that will be their turn. And we come to you, Rhaenyra.
Okay, so I am going to book it to here,
Mm-hmm.
because that's 30 feet, so I'm going to drop my ass over there, and that means I can see this runaway. So I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at first level. Give me just a second to see what that is. That is neutral, so... that is going to be a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay.
Roll damage.
And yes, that's going to be 21 points of radiant damage. So you see her just, she goes, oh, hate runners. And she like runs after it, slides around the corner, and goes, bang, and then shoots off the guiding bolt.
What do they always gotta run? Run over, take out your newly acquired mace of the Moonweaver, and do this kind of twirling baton action as you spin it all the way around you and put it forward. Bolt of radiant energy flies through the night sky, illuminating all of the environment around. And as this vampire is trying to crawl its way out into the bushes, as soon as it hits it, dust. The dust just
Awesome.
hits all of the bushes, and it is dead.
She does that and then skids around to do the other side and then flicks her hand, because technically this one is also still in her viewpoint. And she can snap over her spiritual
Yeah,
weapon.
that's true, because that big crystal there, that's like on an angle.
On an angle.
Flat, so you would be able to see it.
Yeah, so she, ka-chow, that one slides over and then swipes. She swipes right, if you will. I don't know.
Amazing.
That's not as good. That's only a 13.
13, that will miss, unfortunately.
Okay, so she misses them, but then that's it for her.
Okay, but finally destroying the one with the crippled legs as it is turned to dust. But the other one, again, trying to just multitask, do two things, just barely just miss it as it just continues to run towards the bushes over there. Farrell, you're up.
Okay, so seeing that, because I can see Ramira's spiritual weapon, correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay, great. So seeing that it's there, even though I cannot see her directly, I assume she's in the area that she can see this one. And I'm going to focus on this other one over here.
Okay.
And I'm going to call down lightning on them. So, if you will please, make me a dex save of 15.
Dex save. Dex save. Fail.
Fantastic. That will be... Ooh. 6.
Dun, dun, dun,
That'll
dun.
be 40 points of damage.
Now that you're free from the grapple of these fucking annoying vampires, you
Like-
just put all your might into this call lightning.
God
You're just like,
damn it!
just be done with it! Once more, an arcing bolt of lightning comes down, thunderous boom, and once again, just turned into dust as you just fry that fool into the ground. Anything else?
I think that's it. Yep, let's see. Let me I'm gonna take a couple steps forward about there, just so I can be in sight from here, just kind of looking around to see where she's at, and then end my turn there. After I kind of make eye or like see her in the distance, I'll be like, oh, okay, there she is.
Okay.
Just so I have
So
an
you
ally
move
in
over
sight.
there, make eye contact with Ramira.
And I'll end my turn there.
All right. Up next, we got Ilya.
There's literally one next. Yeah, Ilya and Tarek. Just kill it.
Is this one not a thing?
Oh, well, this one. There's this one over here, and then there's this one over here. Correct.
There's this one here, and this one here,
Oh, yeah.
and
This one.
Teleki here.
Okay.
Two on the board, and then the leader there.
Right, okay. That's what I thought.
But Ilya, fucking shit. Lost her 3rd level spell slots. Kind of shouts over as she sees those attacks going on to Teleki. Going over, looks over to you. Are we going for the big one?
Do it. I've got this.
Do it.
You've got anything? Use it.
She just kind of looks down and it's kind of like the moment is kind of, it's a bit hard to, it's like, just starts like pressing buttons and panels on her suit to see if anything
Oh my god.
will happen.
Heartbeam.
Oh, can she do it? Can she get there? Oh, I don't.
This isn't Dragon Ball Super.
Oh my god.
No heartbeams here.
She self-destructs.
Oh my god, Griffin, no.
Griffin, how could you? She's our first lady.
At least get closer to Teleki.
Griffin's
Yeah.
like, I am
Yeah.
an eagle
Yes.
right now. You think I care?
Dragon
Like,
Ball
Oh, no,
Z's in my
she's going so
brain right.
close.
I am.
Just-
He's like, I am an eagle.
That hug and then
I just like the idea of I am an eagle. You think I care right now?
yeah.
No.
Immortals.
I'm doing hot eagle shit.
Me and Mr. Finn are going to Mordor.
I'm doing
We're gonna go destroy jewelry.
Why do you guys?
Like,
Flying
I'm
straight to the
like,
You guys can't
volcano.
even compare.
All I have to do is throw it.
Yeah, that's literally it.
And there we go.
I
Book's
just
got a lot
imagine
shorter.
Tim saying that as he flips his imaginary trunk because he's a bird. So he's like,
I hear dice roll.
That was a mistake. I'm trying to think what I can do to grab him. Oh, I don't really know much.
Yeah, I was really upset that Hold Monster doesn't apply to undead.
I also was really upset when I first got the old monster and it didn't work on undead.
I was like, I'm about to wreck nothing.
I know, right? I wish it worked on undead. No. Flame.
You know what? All they can do right now is just try to hit it more. It's got. Yeah, it's got that. All right, it's going to cast Shatter on
Do it.
Teleki as it's got 60 feet range from where it is.
On his kneecaps.
Shadow those kneecaps.
Exactly what I was thinking. She's going to try to put a point in place as Teleki's holding the wound, trying to go forth, just like starts pressing buttons, and all of a sudden just hits one, goes poof, and like a side panel opens up, and just almost like a firework just comes out of Ilya's suit, goes all the way into the air. It's like, oh Jesus! It's kind of like ducking around as it, like a Roman calendar, just whizzes back her head and smacks it right in the back of the knees of Teleki, trying to slow him down and cast Shatter, and he's gonna have to make a con save. Failed.
Wait, are we trying to stop him or just kill him?
Yes.
Yes.
Got it.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Exterminate. Thank you, John. I appreciate the Doctor Who reference.
Yeah, whatever.
Thank you, John. That's why I said thanks, because I know you don't like Doctor Who, so I appreciate the reference.
You don't. Never mind.
All right, so this is gonna be 3d8 thunder damage. So it's only 6 points of thunder damage. Unfortunately. Oh, no! No. Shit.
Fibromyalgia now.
You know what? I'm the DM. I'm going to reverse that. I originally wanted to do Thunder Wave.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I had it, but I do have it. Oh, how do I judge myself? Jesus Christ.
I just like that. You know what? I'm the DM. Like,
You know what? It's on self. That's why. It's on self.
I'm the DM.
I wanted to try to Thunder Wave to push it back towards
Oh.
us a couple feet, but it's a self. It's not. I can't put it on a point. So they'll take the thunder damage. Can't really do much else at this point. So
get
yeah,
him.
we're gonna come to the top of the round with Toon. That's got Fiend in the claw.
Perfect. It's all about positioning. And so I'm just going to keep gaining altitude, and me and Mr. Fiend are going to fly like right over top of him, but about 90 feet up in the air.
Okay.
Just so high above him morally. And
You guys are about to see burning zone.
Get in the zone.
All right. As this giant eagle just.
We're just going to fire. I just want the lines of fire to be shooting directly down.
Highway to the danger zone. So as Toon just very fast and steadily with his giant eagle form, with Fiend in hand, flies over all of you. You just hear this. Just whizzes by this incredible like Mach 4 speed, just bolts
The
forward.
king of fear is afraid.
Fiend,
He's confused.
It is your turn, my friend.
Whose turn?
Fiends.
I think Tarek goes before me.
Oh, sorry, Tarek. My
Yeah.
bad. Oh no, sorry. After Toon, there's a vampire spawn. I'm so good at this game.
It's me and Toon are like the same person right now. It's just,
We merged into one. We share the same initiative.
You are
we're
the
better than the Power Rangers.
I was about to say, literally Power Rangers right now.
The Chimera episode in FMA. Anybody?
Oh my god.
Oh gosh. No.
He's just like, no.
Mostly the dog.
As he
I
stared
know,
out the
child.
window.
Mostly the dog made me sad.
This one as well.
Mostly the
Fiend
dog, though.
pursuing its master.
That was a mean reference, but that's fine. I love you anyways.
Is gonna run straight towards you guys.
If it runs past Ilya will get an attack of opportunity, correct?
That is true.
Bonk.
That is true. That is true.
Do a bonk. Bonk to.
They have Warcaster, so they can cast Firebolt on this person.
Oh, do it! Ah, kill it.
It hits. So this will be 3d10. 16 points of fire damage as this thing tries to run behind. Like, oh no, you don't! Puts the hand out just to block it, and again, the suit, almost like having a mind of its own, just lights off a firebolt spell. Just gets shot right in the shoulder blade, falls down, not able to pursue from where it is any further. After that, we then come to Tark, and then Fiend's on deck.
Okay. Hearing that he's trying to escape, Tark's gonna move to 5 feet, pick up his hammer because it's not gonna come to him.
Yeah.
Gonna move 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Right here. He's got line of sight on him. He's just gonna look at him, just fury in his eyes, seeing him just run away like a coward after everything you put him through, and he's like, you don't get to live. And he is going to cast Blight on him. That's a Constitution saving throw, DC 17, please.
Okay.
I mean, he's not living, he's a vampire.
Con save.
Griffin, I love you very much.
He doesn't get to keep existing. Okay.
There you go.
That is a fail.
Ooh.
That's a fail. Cool. That's 9d8 necrotic damage.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Let me pull up rolls real quick so I can do that nice and quickly.
Will he take the death kill away from Fiend? This whole
This
thing
is
was about.
wonderful.
That's,
In that scenario, we pretend he didn't die and Fiend attacks him anyways.
We
And we
attack
claim
at
that
the
as
same
totally
time.
us.
We
That makes sense,
we attack at the same time. That's 43 necrotic damage.
43.
Yeah.
Mr. Tarek. How do you want to do this?
Oh my god.
How
All that
very
hard
dare
work.
you?
All that
my
fucking
God.
hard work.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I saved you
I'm
for
just-
this.
Yeah, I think he'd say that and then kind of like bring up a hand and kind of just almost like Star Wars style, as if he's using the Force, just like close his fist as if he's just squeezing the life out of what remains of him. As he just what's the word? Just becomes entirely just crippled and just drops to the ground as he just withers away.
So, as the Eagle and Fiend are just about to get above him, as Fiend's hands just start to light up, Tarek runs over and just baseball slides between the vampire spawn and Ilya, kips back up, and his hands just have this black energy covering both of his tiefling palms as this energy just sprouts the palm of his hands, goes, and this black energy just vibing off of his hands. Suddenly, Teleki is running and then is just stuck in place as these two black ethereal magic hands are just stuck into the his back, and he's just holding him in place as Teleki can't seem to get out, and he turns around and his eyes shine once more. And as he turns around, the black sort of magical force on the back wraps around and just covers the eyes, just like, not this time. And one hand starts to the force of the hand is just crippling on the skull, starts to lift up Teleki as the hand on the back is still there. The hand enlarges, grabs the ankles of Teleki, one here, one around the ankles, and just goes and starts to just crush him from either side as black wisps are coming out of Tarek's like corners of his eye. This is like just deep dark magic he's pulling out right now. It is just crumpling Teleki. Just bones are crumpling at the side, blood pouring out as he just crumples him into a ball. And crash compacts him down to the ground.
Good riddance.
He is dead. The other vampire that are also on the field skin cracks, breaks into dust, falls down, disintegrated.
Should have started with that.
Yeah. In hindsight.
You have all prevailed over to
Well,
the vampire spawn.
technically, yes.
Oh my god.
But mentally, no.
Sound off. Dead.
Let's see. Hold on. Where are we on the map?
If
Not
all the
dead.
vampires are dead, I'm flying down to the ground and gonna stop being a bird.
Ah!
Can't say I've ever flown before.
Oh my god.
Going back to your mammoth self.
It's a thrilling experience. But how are we all faring? And I want to just do a quick assessment of the party as it stands. Some of y'all are in rough shape.
I was
I'm
gonna
not-
say I can take the time to heal everybody if we need it.
Hi. I am at 15 hit points.
I'm gonna do my 6th level on this bad boy. Prayer of healing for everybody.
This fight was barely anything. For once in my life.
Where are you? Okay. All right. I can't hear you. Never mind.
Everybody gets 38.
38.
Beautiful. I would be at full if I wasn't blighted by vampire bites.
Mm-hmm. Same.
Right.
I'm almost a full. From that. Give it a match.
Ramira just dusts off her hands and like puts her hair back in place. Well,
I just got this outfit.
yes.
I'm gonna praise Tarek and kind of like smiling wryly. Like, that nap you took really helped you come through in the end, didn't it? Ha! Not knowing that he had horrible trauma.
Yeah, again, when you say that, like, he's still just staring at the withered, crippled body of Teleki, and is just like, hands still just like slowly kind of lowers, shaking a little bit.
So I'm gonna notice that he's like actually went through something, and I just want to go and like
shit,
put a
no.
reassuring hand on his shoulder, and not like preachy or anything, but just, Derek, life breaks us, and it's up to us to fill the cracks with something stronger. And like, just give him a good pep talk, a good talking to.
Yeah, he'll kind of just nod. And just, yeah, I'm fine. He kind of just shakes it off, like,
I pat him on the back.
Ow.
Huh, good to hear.
Ow, that's still sore. I guess it gets closed a little bit. But it's still old.
And with that, having now seemingly paved the way to continue your journey to get the convoy of wagons, community villagers to 10 towns, we are going to end the session there, everybody. But I'd also like to add something that you have all been waiting a really long time for me
Oh
to
my
say.
god! Finally.
Finally, it's
You
time.
have officially leveled up!
Yeah.
Level 13. Oh my god.
I'm gonna take a level as a bard.
Oh my
No.
god. I would cry. That would be beautiful.
I was
But yes,
inspired by the sea shanty.
Crossbreakers
I
are
know.
now officially level 13.
Woo!
So
Woo!
congrats, everyone. That was a hard fight, that between the Elder Brain, all the things that you've been through. this is the official close to that chapter. So good job.
And beginning to 2021.
That's
Woo,
right.
What a way to
Get it
start, guys.
2021. So thank you all so much for watching episode 11 of Beyond the Realms. We really appreciate it. Thank you for everyone who joined in the giveaway, for keeping on watching this whole time. We're going to have a great year of this adventuring party.
Woo!
So I hope you come back every single Monday, 5 p.m. PST, for the continuing adventures of the Frostbreakers and the Beyond the Realms story. So thank you guys so very much. We will see you all next week.
Woo!
Monday.
Have a wonderful time.
Everyone have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Check back to the Dice Cream Sandwich socials for all updates on viewing schedules, and also if you want to do that after the
Yes.
session, because we all like to gather in the Dice Cream Discord and look at some hilarious memes that Motor Ninja Cat makes based on this exact session. So if you want
I
to get
have
inside
also
the
made some
hilarious
memes
jokes,
this session.
come on in. We'd
Nice.
love to have you. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you next week.
week.
Bye-bye!